close contact tracing with the league and feel comfortable that the building can open back up. As you can see, I'm in my office, and then we're going to bring the players in this afternoon. So all we really had to do was move practice back a bit. It won't be a split squad practice or anything like that. We'll get our normal work done in just a little bit later. And really, we've been virtual with the players for a while now, so it really wasn't that disruptive of our morning. That's kind of what the guys are used to. Got a big one this week versus Tennessee, a good football team. I think they're extremely well coached. I think they do a great job, really on all three sides of the ball. On offense, I think Arthur Smith does a great job with that attack, and they have a great running back. They have really a great complement of receivers, tight ends, backs. The quarterback's playing at a high level. They're physical up front. Defensively, I think the scheme is outstanding. They play multiple fronts, multiple coverages. They disguise. They really keep you on your toes. I think they do an outstanding job. I think it's a really, really good special teams unit. Multiple challenges for us on that side. And then ultimately they're plus 11 in the turnover margin. So they do a great job of taking care of the ball. I think they have the fewest giveaways in the NFL. And then I know defensively they are very much trying to get the ball out. They're stripping. They're getting their hands on balls. So they do a great job. It'll be a big challenge going down there to Tennessee, trying to find a way to win. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Coach. The first question will go to Mary Kay Cabot.
Yeah, Coach, can you just kind of put into words what it means for your team to have to be without Ronnie for any length of time, given how well he's been playing for you guys this season?
Yeah, Mary Kay, Ronnie was doing a nice job, so I'm disappointed for him. That happened on the first play of the game. I felt bad for Ronnie, especially playing against his former team. But he's given us a bunch of good reps. He's impacted the game. He's made big plays. So without him, somebody's going to have to step up and make those plays. And we're confident in the guys we have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Next, we'll go to Scott Petrick.
Hey, Kevin, what's the mindset you have to have when facing a back like Derrick Henry?
You got to tackle. You have to have 11 hats around the ball. He's outstanding. He is physical. He's fast. He's just an outstanding running back. Everybody knows that. You watch the tape. But so it's a big challenge. You have to be sound and disciplined in your run fits, and you have to gang tackle.
With his physical presence, do you go pads for a day this week, just kind of to gear up for that?
I mean, we do, because it's every week. These things are battles. But the players understand the physical affair that it's going to be on Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Steve Dorshik.
Coach, with the sense of urgency naturally here in December, with your record what it is, how proud do you want your team to be of the record it's achieved so far, and how do you want to use playoffs, if not using the playoffs as a spoken word in your rooms, as what lies ahead as a motivator for the upcoming games?
Steve, we really do treat these as one-game seasons. I think that's really the only way you can. You have to pour all of your energies into that specific game that week. So I think our players believe in that. I know I believe in that because I just think so much of what we do on a daily basis today, Wednesday, tomorrow, Thursday. I think it's so important that we have a great week of practice, and to put our focus anywhere else, I think would take away from our preparation.
Now, the outside noise would be coming your way, I'm sure, because you're becoming a rock star with a record that the coaches in this expansion era have not achieved. How much do you have to remind yourself to block out or avoid getting a big head, or is that just a natural thing for you?
Not a problem. I got a big task at hand this week. A really good football team that we got to play and go to their place. So I got a lot on my plate, and I don't really concern myself with any outside things.
Thank you, Steve. Next is Daryl Ryder.
Hey, Coach, I know you protect your players at practice as far as the hitting and stuff like that, but how much does your personnel help you, prepare for an opponent? I guess what I'm getting at, you've got two outstanding running backs in Chubb and Hunt. You got to face a premier back, as you talked about, in Henry. Can those guys help your defense prepare for, what you're going to face Sunday?
Well, I think you face each other in training camp, and you have physical matchups in training camp, whether you're going live or not. I mean, those are big bodies banging against each other at training camp. So I think the guys understand what is going to be required this week, but to say that we're going to put Nick or Cream in there on scout team looks is probably not true.
And I know you said earlier this week that you got to get a look at Miles and just see how he is. I know you're not going to do that until this afternoon, but have you at least talked to him and been able to gauge how he's feeling, how he's doing? Last night he posted a video on his social media of him, working out, lifting weights, doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I haven't really spoken to him at length about. I know how he's feeling, but I'll see him today and talk to him. But like you said, I got to put my eyes on him. I got to see him out in practice before we make any determinations.
Thanks. Thank you, Daryl. Jeff Shadell has our next question.
Kevin, when we've asked you about these short yardage situations, you've been critical of yourself that you should have maybe called better plays. So when you look back, what could have been, what could you have done differently?
Yeah, Jeff, I think whenever you fall short in critical moments like that, you do want to pull it apart. So we spent some time I spent some time with the offensive staff the last couple of days talking through that and really pulling it apart. We're not far removed from our bye-week self-scout where we have already done that. So we kind of did it again based on the last few games we played. And there's always, the answer is always complicated, Jeff, in that some of it is scheme-related, some of it was you got unlucky with a look you were hoping for. So we're just going to double down on making sure we put the guys in position to succeed, and that scheme may vary week to week.
Thank you, Jeff. George Thomas, you're up.
Hey, Coach. Going back to Derrick Henry for a minute, what's the one absolute key to slowing him down or stopping him?
I really think, I really believe it's having 11 guys on defense at the ball. It's not one person's job to try to stop Derrick Henry. He's too good of a player. So we have to take it upon ourselves as a defense to make sure we're gap sound, deliberate about our run fits, and then we got to get multiple people around the ball.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Zach Jackson, we'll go to you.
Kevin, Wyatt told us the other day from the very first meeting in the spring, stressed to the offensive line the importance of making passes look like runs and vice versa. So can you just speak to that importance of that and making the play action work, just the stress that puts on a defense when that works?
Yeah, I think in order to do it well, it takes 11 guys, and there's nuance to it. I think the team we're playing this week does a very good job of making the run look like the pass and vice versa. So I think there's always different things that we give to the players as coaching points on all those play actions, and whether it's a keeper or a run action or whatever it may be, there's nuance to it. We just spend a lot of time drilling it into them, both in the meetings and then on the practice field.
Thank you, Zach. Nate Borek, you have our next question.
Hey, Kevin, I know you said the building is open after the contact tracing. Is the contact tracing done if no high-risk contacts been found?
Yeah, I can't go as far as to say that, Nate, other than I will tell you it's safe to open the building.
Okay, and you guys have a couple of players, Tedrick Thompson and then Jamal Davis was announced today in the practice squad. So what are the situations with those guys? I see on your roster Thompson has an exemption, so is he not with you? Is Davis with you? And then just with two DNs on the COVID list, could you see Davis playing?
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. They're kind of in two different boats, if you will, from a testing protocol standpoint. So I think we'll get Davis before we get Thompson in the rhythm of how this plays out. But yeah, at this point, as you've seen in the last couple of weeks, you have to make sure that depth is a huge part of roster building.
Will Davis, will he be with you today? Do you know? In practice?
Yeah, I'm not positive about that, Nate. I think he is, but don't quote me on that literally.
Okay, well he's from here, so I'm hammering the questions on this guy because he's a guy from the backyard. What
right.
things you liked about him?
Yeah, he's a Canton kid, right?
He is.
By way of Akron. Yeah, I mean, our personnel department's always looking for guys that can help us. He fits the bill. All the personal stuff checks out. Being a local kid never hurts.
Thank you, Nate. Tom Withers, you have our next question.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Coach. Baker's been doing a nice job of taking care of the ball for you. You can go ahead and knock wood for that. What's been the key? What's been the key there, Kevin? Obviously he's throwing really well on the run, things like that. But what has been the key to his keeping the turnovers down?
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's going to be a big deal this week again versus a team that's plus 11. I think, Tom, you got to always, as a quarterback, straddle that fine line of being aggressive and smart. And I think he's done a nice job the last few weeks. And even in that last game, he threw some tight window balls that had to be perfect, and they were. So I think he's doing a nice job in that regard.
Just more of a maturity thing, just more of a better understanding of his capabilities? How would you quantify that or qualify that?
Yeah, I think he's doing a nice job in the meeting room, on the practice field, and that carries over to the games. I think Alex Van Pelt does a great job with all the quarterbacks and stressing the importance of that rock.
Thank you, Tom. Tony Grossi, you're next.
All right, two quickies. Number one, this one's unavoidable. The differences in styles and skill sets between Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb.
Two great players. I think Derrick Henry has a very unique size for a running back. I mean, he is just tall and obviously strong and has a breakaway speed, as you see. Nick comes in a different package, if you will, but is strong in his own right, also has that breakaway speed. So, I think they're two great players, two great players that the NFL highlights, obviously, is important, but we know it's not a matchup between those two guys. At the end of the day, it's a matchup between the Titans and the Browns.
Kevin, Vrabel has had a couple examples of manipulating the rules to his team's advantages in games. This year, he purposely put the 12th man on the field to stop the clock. What kind of element to your chess match does a coach like that bring?
Yeah, I think he does an outstanding job. I know a few other coaches. I think they're really, really well coached. They do a great job. He coaches within the rules. We try to do the same.
Thanks, Tony. Mary Kay Cabot, you're up next.
Speaking of a quarterback trying not to throw interceptions, can you address Ryan Tannehill a little bit? I think he's only got 4 so far this season. His rating is good, lots of touchdowns. What are you seeing on film of Ryan?
Yeah, you said, Mary Kay, taking care of the ball. 4 interceptions at this point in the season is really something impressive by him. He does a great job in their scheme. He makes plays off of their run actions, their keepers. He's really efficient third down and in the red zone. A very athletic player, can really make plays with his feet. So he does a great job.
Thanks, Mary Kay. Back to Scott Petrick.
Hey, Kevin, I know you said no quarterback makes every throw, but I also think you want Baker to make those quote-unquote easy throws that he missed on Sunday. So I'm just curious, when you watch the film, did you see any kind of common denominator on why maybe some of his throws were off target?
No, I didn't, Scott. I think what AVP does, what I'll do with the quarterback is what you don't do is you don't say, hey, make that throw. You try to give them something to sink their teeth into from a technique standpoint. So we'll work with him and mention some things that he could, do in those scenarios. But I've seen Baker make unbelievable throws at practice. I've seen him make the hard ones, make the easy ones. So we'll just continue to coach him like we do with all our guys.
I mean, it's not a concern for you, just like it's one of those things where we're missing throws.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Scott. Nate Ulrich, you're up.
Hey, Kevin, I know you mentioned Ronnie Harrison earlier, and you said you're hopeful that he'll get back. So do you have a time frame that your medical staff's given you, and what exactly happened to his shoulder?
Yeah, it is multiple weeks, but I don't have the time frame specific right in front of me. I don't know exactly the specifics of what happened to the shoulder, other than to tell you I don't believe there was any fracture of any sort.
So just something that'll heal on its own without any procedure?
Yes.
And when you talk about guys stepping up. Is it Carl Joseph's turn to be the starting strong safety again? And what is your level of optimism, or that he can kind of get the job done for you guys?
We'll work through that, Nate, in the next couple of days in terms of the rotation. But I have a ton of confidence, really, in all those guys. I really do.
Thank you, Nate. We'll go to Tony Grossi. This will be our last question for Coach.
All right. Obviously, Conklin was attractive to you guys because of the system he came from. Would you say their offensive system, how similar is it to yours? And does it make it easier, I don't know, for the defense having, seeing your system? I know that different players and all, but the system is similar.
Yeah, it is similar. Again, I think Arthur Smith does a really, really good job with that group. I think it might help our scout team offense give a good look to our defense because it'll be some similar concepts in the run and in the pass. But ultimately, you just tip your cap to those guys and say that they do a very good job with their offense. As a total schematically, they do a nice job with offense, defense, and special teams. So we're going to have a great week of preparation. And part of that, Tony, like you're talking about, is giving a great look from our scout teams to the starters.
Thanks, Rob. Hey, Baker. You're on a nice little stretch here of turnover-free football over the last 5 games. Coach was saying earlier that it's a matter of, with a quarterback just not taking risks and being smart and what have you. Is it as simple as that? Is it as simple as making better decisions and just not taking risks when you don't need to?
Yeah, I think it's flowing the field or feeling the flow of the game. Knowing when we need to be aggressive. There's just, putting us in the best position to win. And so that's taking care of the ball. And that's what I've been, harping on. And so we need to continue to do that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Daryl Ryder will have our next question.
Sorry about that. Hey, Baker, I wanted to ask you about the physicality of Tennessee. They seem to have that Mike Vrabel type personality as a very physical team. Kevin Stefanski talked about that today. Just your thoughts going into this game, the expectation of dealing with such a physical ball club.
Yeah, they're I saw it firsthand last year. Obviously, new personnel or some turnover, but they're a physical team. That's what they're about, offense and defense. But that's also what we're about. So I think it's going to be a physical game, and we're looking forward to it.
A lot of attention is going to be on Nick Chubb and Derrick Henry and that matchup. Just you as a football fan, but also as Chubb's teammate, how much are you looking forward to seeing, Chubb v. Henry?
You forgot to mention Kareem Hunt. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Daryl. Next up, Scott Pedro.
I know everybody's going to want to say it's all about these running backs. 3 of them, they're extremely special. Do not get me wrong. But this is a great game, great teams. It's going to be all 3 faces against each other. We're going to have to play complementary football and play as a team to win this game. And so it's going to be a physical one. We said our identity on offense starts in the run game, and we know that. So that's what we're worried about.
I know you guys were disappointed Nick didn't get that rushing title last year. Like, does any of that linger? I know you're this far into the season, but the fact that Henry kind of took that from him in that finale last year?
I think it bothers everybody else besides Nick Chubb, just to be quite honest.
Thanks.
Thanks, Scott. Jeff Shadell, you're up.
It might be the best team you guys have faced since the Steelers. So is this a chance for you guys to show how much better you've gotten since then and make a statement here?
You look forward to any Sunday, no matter who you're playing. Obviously, the better teams, you get to kind of evaluate yourself where you're at. We're looking forward to a great matchup just because it's the next one.
Thank you, Jeff. To Nate Ulrich.
Hey, Baker, having said that, the calendar's turned to December here, and, before you even got drafted by the Browns, you were talking about turning around the culture. So what does it mean to be playing in this kind of game here with both teams 8-3? Is this what you've been waiting for since you got here?
Yeah, this is the stretch of the season where every game counts, every play counts. You have to make these moments count. So these are the things that we've been trying to build up to, and we're here now. So we're in the middle of it, so let's seize the moment.
Jake Trotter, we'll go to you.
Yeah, Baker, what does it mean to you that these games are going to count? I mean, these games are going to matter in the playoff race. That's a position that Browns have not been in very often, really going back to when the team came back in '99.
Yeah, I mean, we're worried about right here and now. We have a big picture mindset. There's no doubt about that. I'd be lying to you if I said otherwise. But we have a very singular game focus week to week. And so, like I said, we have a great matchup against the Titans in this game. It's an AFC matchup that obviously means a lot. And we know that.
Why have you guys been so consistent week to week? Is it the one game focus? I mean, you look at last year and it was, there was a little bit of a roller coaster, highs and lows. But this season, you guys have been pretty consistent, especially lately. What is it about this team that has allowed you guys kind of play that way, no matter the circumstances or what players you're without, or the weather conditions or anything?
Everything that we set as our goals, it's very obvious. We're vocal about it, so everybody's on the same page. I think it starts with the foundation within the off season. We set our goals, and we're going to stick to those week to week because it doesn't matter who you're playing. You have to show up every Sunday and try and bring your best.
Thank you, Jake. Mary Kay Cabot has our next question.
Yeah, Baker, after that game, I saw you kind of took to Twitter to say, I know I can be better. My question is, do you feel like, sort of why did you feel the need to do that? And also, do you feel like this is that time of year now, it's crunch time, where you have to also pick your game up a notch?
No, I'm not going to add any more pressure on myself, but I'm very critical of my play. It's just, I pride myself on being an accurate passer, and I didn't do that. So I'm going to beat myself up about that because I know I can be better. And it pisses me off when I don't do the things I need to.
So is it sort of like, Jarvis will have a great game and think about a drop that he made? Do you find that you're the same way where, you'll win the game, but you're going to go home and think about, the pass or two that you didn't make? Is that how you fuel yourself or motivate yourself a little bit?
Yeah. Yes and no. You're always going to go back at the end of a game and have a couple plays that you want back. And I just had a few more than I wanted to, especially if they were scoring plays. And so that game was closer than I wanted it to be because of some of the mistakes that I made. So that's why I was hard on myself.
And it's just, you think about that more than the fact that you haven't thrown an interception in 4 games? Is that your nature?
Yeah, I'm trying to get better each week, and that's taking care of the ball, and that's completing these passes that should be made in my sleep.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Dan Lobby, we'll go to you.
Yeah, Baker, I wanted to ask you about your guys' 4-minute offense this year. You've had a few games where you guys have been really effective at the end of the half. And on Sunday, you kind of did it again. What is it about Kevin Stefanski's approach in those situations that makes you guys successful?
I just say we have obviously great players, but the schemes we're running late in the game, it's very obvious that we're going to run the ball. So we have to come up with unique ways and formate stuff to do certain things. And the guys up front, including O-line and the tight ends, everybody's got a hand in it. And so just being able to accomplish it when everybody knows in the stadium that we're running the ball, that's an ego thing, that's a pride thing of just beating the guy in front of you, doing your job, and making those plays when it counts. And that's what we've been able to do the past few weeks, and we need to continue to do that.
Thanks, Dan. Zach Jackson, we'll go to you.
Baker, I wanted to ask you about Cordero. We don't know a lot about him. Now he's a full-time player. So what can you tell us about him as a player?
He's the ultimate team guy. I think you look back at when he started in LA with the Rams, he was a teamer, and a very good one at that. He's never going to complain about not getting the ball. He's going to do his job. He's going to do the dirty work, and he's going to get up and do it again. And so he's a team guy all through and through. He's an incredible athlete, but he's all about his business. So he's like Nick Chubb in the way that he leads. He's more just lead by example instead of talking about it. But he's a great guy to have on his team because offensively he carries that mindset in that he's just going to do his job no matter what. And then on teams, he goes and makes a ton of plays for us.
Thank you, Zach. Scott, Patrick, back to you.
Hey, Baker, you've talked a lot about how this is a completely different year from last year. So can you kind of believe how far you guys have come as an organization since that opener against the Titans a year ago?
Yeah, it's night and day. I mean, obviously, staff, personnel on the team, but like we talked about, it starts with culture, and so a lot of that was the moves in the offseason to create this culture change. And so we're going to continue to build on it. We're not satisfied whatsoever.
And I'm curious, when you look at those missed throws, did you notice anything, or is it just kind of a fluke that you missed those?
There's a couple. Yeah, I'd say the bootleg to the right to Jarvis, just following through on the throws, not drifting towards the sideline. Throw to the left, just getting on top of the ball, getting my hips around. And then the one to Higgy, instead of reading it low to high, I went high to low, so I was late. And instead of being on time with it, so my feet were a lot of whack and tried to rush it. So there's just things that are extremely fixable, but they shouldn't have to be fixed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our last question will go to Nate Ward.
Hey, Baker, we were talking about, you guys have yet to play your best ball after the game the other day. How much of that in your mind is you thinking about you having yet to play your best ball? And then what reasons do you think that can happen here down the stretch for you? I mean, are you seeing things better? Are you now comfortable enough with the offense? Do you think that's attainable here for you as you guys are in this run, this push, I should say?
Yeah, I'd say it starts with me just kind of looking at my game that I can definitely always improve. But we haven't played a complete game as a team, complementary through and through. But we're improving as the weeks go on, and we're improving at the right time. So I'm going to be hard on myself because these moments here down the stretch are the ones you have to make every play count, especially in a game like this where it's going to be two strong rushing attacks that you don't know how many series you're going to get. So we have to make these count.
Yo, what's up, man?
Keep improving, and Sunday's going to be a great matchup.
Hey, man.
Nick, does this matchup against the Titans and Derrick Henry mean any more because you guys finished 1-2 for the rushing title last year?
Not really. I haven't really thought about it, so I'm not really focused on anything that has to do
Hey, when's the last time you went to the zoo? Thinking
Do you
of going this
study
weekend.
other backs? Is he one of the guys you study? And if so, what do you like about his game?
Yeah, I mean, I'll check him out a couple times. He's a big physical runner. He has great speed. He has great vision. He wears you down. He never stops. He runs very hard.
Thanks, Scott. Jake Trotter, you're up.
Hey, Nick, I was going to sort of ask the same thing. Put it this way. What is it about you two guys, and Kareem, too, for that matter? You guys break off runs after contact so well. Any similarity between the three of you all and your ability to generate so much yardage after the contact?
Yeah, I would say we're, for the most part, just hard runners. We do a lot of dancing. It's kind of north and south guys. I think that's why we have, the missed tackles stats that we have.
Thank you, Jake. Jeff Shadell, you're next.
I have two questions for you, Nick. Did you know Derrick Henry personally? Are you guys buddies or not? And the second question is, how much did it bother you that you didn't get that rushing title last year?
I never really knew him, but I was always around him. I played against him. He was at Alabama and I was at Georgia 1 year. And I got a chance to actually get to know him a little more last year at the Pro Bowl. Yeah, I mean, he's a cool guy. I respect his game. He's very talented. What was the last part? I'm sorry.
Did it bother you last year that you had that rushing title right up until the last day, and then you lost it?
A little bit, but it's not nothing personally against him. It's more just about myself. I'm not mad at Derrick Henry for getting the rushing title last year.
Thank you, Jeff. MR.OHYDRO, we'll go to you.
Yeah, Nick, I can't remember. I thought I heard someone say this. Did you go back to look at that final game and at the maybe blocks you missed just to fuel yourself, in the off season?
No, I didn't do that.
Okay, maybe it was Stump or somebody who said you were that kind of guy. But one more thing, when you know that, I mean, maybe it won't be this way, but everyone is expecting this to just be a grind them out, between the two teams, do you almost relish that kind of afternoon?
Well, who knows what's going to happen? It's a long ways away. It's still Wednesday. They're a physical team. They're like a line up and you know what they're going to run. They run it, and it's hard to stop. They're a great team, so it'll be physical, but I don't. Who knows exactly what will happen?
Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. Nate Ulrich, you're up next.
Hey, Nick, we just talked to Baker Mayfield, and he was talking about how hard he is on himself. And, he wants to be great, and, when he misses throws and things like that, he's going to be, very self-critical. What kind of focus do you sense from him right now and determination to help you guys, reach another level here down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, Bake's different. I mean, he'll own up to the things that he doesn't do, hasn't done well, and I know nobody has to say anything to him. He'll fix himself in his mind on his own. So we know that, we trust in that. Yeah, I mean, he is hard on himself. He wants to be great. He's competitive nature. It's just who he is.
Thank you, Nate. Scott Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, Nick, what do you think is the most important stat for a running back?
Most important stat?
Yeah. Yards per carry or yards per game or anything like that?
I don't know. Probably I'd say total rushing yards.
Okay. And obviously you're still having a ton of success in the run game, but have you noticed defenses putting more and more guys at the line of scrimmage to kind of try to slow you guys down?
I haven't really noticed it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Mary Kay Cabot, you have our next question.
Yeah, Nick, how much has Jack Conklin meant to you guys? Just bringing him in from Tennessee this year and adding him to the line. What's he meant?
Yeah, he's a great addition to his team. I mean, he's awesome. We love Jack here. He's been amazing for us. I mean, he's an amazing person too. I love having him on this side of the ball.
Do you sense that this will be a very big deal for him to go back there and try to beat his former team?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't really talked to him personally about that, but I'm sure he'll be excited about it.
Thank you, Thank you, Mary Kate. Marla Ridenauer, you're up.
I wanted to ask about Jack too. Is there something about him as a blocker that makes him unique?
Yeah, he's big and physical. I mean, he came from a team that was built on being physical, and so he still has that about him. And yeah, he's a great guy. He's great at fundamentals. He's great at covering guys up, giving us clean reads. He's been great.
He hasn't said anything to you at all about wanting. He talked to us about wanting to, get the title for you this year. He hasn't said that to you?
Nah, he hasn't.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marla. Scott Patrick, back to you.
Hey, Nick, when Baker got asked about you going against Derrick Henry, he said, hey, you forgot Kareem Hunt. So do you really view it as it's two versus one in this matchup?
I mean, yeah. I do. I know Kareem. Kareem's great, too. He's just right there with us, so I look at it that way.
And getting Miles back this week, what kind of bonus can that be for not only defense, but kind of the whole team to lift everybody's spirit?
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, Miles especially, he's a great player, and we've missed him the last 2 weeks. So it'd be great to have him back out there with us so he can make some big plays for his team like he's done all season.
Are you extra fired up to go against your old team?
Oh, yes, no, definitely. Anytime you can go back to a place you spent 4 years of your life, play against a bunch of your friends, old teammates, and it's exciting, go back and see all those guys and have such a good matchup going here with 2-8-3 teams. And then, with Derrick, everybody knows what Derrick is. Anytime you get a 6'3", 250-pound guy that runs a 4.4, that's going to be a very special back and a hard guy to stop.
Thank you, Jeff. Now we'll go to Nate Ulrich.
Monday, Wyatt Teller told us, with kind of smiling about it, that, this is Jack's revenge game. But do you get a sense that guys are fired up for you? Is it something guys are talking about?
Wyatt gets a little excited, but no, I mean it's fun every week. Every week somebody has some attachment to another team, and it's just for me it's fun. Like I said, I spent the last 4 years there. I had a great time. I have a lot of friends, a lot of great memories, and it's fun to go back and like I said, to have a great matchup, have a matchup that means something for both teams going down the stretch, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Thanks, Nate. Dan Lobby, you have our next question.
Hey, Jack, I wanted to ask you about Arthur Smith, because he's seems like he's on the same path or similar path as Kevin Stefanski, and they're about the same age. Do you see similarities in them as play callers?
Yeah, I definitely can see a lot. Arthur, we run the same offense, obviously, and he does a great job of creating matchups and getting the offense in a good position. And, Art's a great guy. I can't say enough good stuff about him, and he's doing a great job down there, and he's going to have a lot of success in this league for years to come.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. George Thomas, you have our next question.
Hey, Jack, I was just wondering, if you tell your teammates on the other side of the ball how to stop Derrick Henry, what would it be? What's the key to stopping that guy or even slowing him down?
I mean, you got to gang tackle him. I mean, it's a handful. I mean, it's going to be a battle all Sunday, and but we have a lot of good guys, running backs on our side too. They've had a lot of practice taking down. Obviously he's great, and he's going to be a handful, and he's a great player. And but our defense is up to the task, and they're going to do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. Scott Petrick, we'll go to you.
Hey, Jack, how would you kind of compare and contrast Nick's style to Derrick's style?
It's hard to compare them. They're two very different backs. Derrick's, he's special because he's so big and 6'3", 250. I mean, runs 4.4 like I said earlier. I mean, that's just a giant. I mean, that's a different one. I mean, in his own respect, he's just a different body build. I mean, another extremely special back. They're both guys that are very good at reading the holes and setting up blocks. And I think the biggest thing that you put both of them together is they're both great at breaking tackles. And you see that stat, the yards after contact. Both of them are really excel at that.
Thanks, Scott. Zach Jackson, you're up.
Jack, you guys seem to really be playing well as a group. So I just wanted to ask you about the group. Obviously you guys don't spend that much time together as you normally would, but what do you like about your new teammates, and why do you think you guys have been able in only 7 full games together to play as well as you have?
I think it's just buying in. We got a bunch of guys that are, we're excited to learn, and with Coach Callahan coming in and Coach Stefanski coming in, we have a bunch of smart guys that really wanted to work and buy in, and I think we have a bunch of personalities that all get along together, and we're able to talk about the hard stuff. If somebody messes up, there's no hard feelings when somebody calls them out and helps them get better, and each week, I think we just strive to get a little better, and we take pride in what we're doing out there. The whole line takes pride in that, and we got guys that can come off the bench and do a great job too to fill in, that we don't really miss a beat. You don't get that very often in the NFL, and hopefully we keep this going, and I'm excited to see what we can keep on doing.
Thank you, Zach. Tony Grossi, go ahead.
Hey, Jack. Last year at this time, the Titans were 6-5. I'm wondering, did you guys know you were as good as you ended up being, and how does that compare to where the Browns are right now?
We knew we could be definitely at that time. I didn't think it all comes down to. I think I read something Coach Stefanski said earlier. It all comes down to playing your best ball in December. And, you're going to have a lot of stuff that you mess up on or not play your best games early on in the season. But really when it comes down to December is really when the great teams start to prove themselves. And when you can take advantage of small things in the games to get yourselves the lead and the wins, it's really what makes the difference here when it comes down to December. And I think a lot of it comes down to the run game, and I think that really plays into what we do so well, and as well as Tennessee. When you get into December, we've had it all November, but the weather, you're not going to be able to do a lot of passing sometimes, and it's going to be cold, it's going to be rain, and the teams that really can rely on the run game, able to set the standard and tire other teams out, are going to be the ones that really that are victorious in December and January.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Marla Ridenour, you have our next question.
Yeah, Jack, I have to ask this because Coach Vrabel's from around here. Just could you tell, was that game last year big for him because he was coming home or anything? And just what stood out to you about him? Was it his intensity or what what captures him?
I mean, I think that sort of goes with it. Braves he's a fiery guy. I mean, that was the first game of the year last year, and he was all fired up. It's hard to tell which game he's more fired up about throughout the year because every week he's rearing to go and he's just out of control. You'd think he's drank coffee all day and just you never see him slow down, and that's what makes him such a great coach is just his competitiveness and just the amount of energy he puts into every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marla. We'll take 3 more questions. Mary Kay Cabot, Nate Ulrich, Scott Petrick. Mary Kay, you're up.
Yeah, Jack, just wondering, since last year, the Titans had you at right tackle, Taylor Lewan at left tackle. They don't have either of you guys right now. That's a lot of talent for them not to have on the offensive line. So I thought I heard that they were down to maybe their 3rd string left tackle possibly heading into this game. So how are they doing on the offensive line kind of without you guys? And, is that the kind of thing that Myles Garrett is going to try to be looking to exploit?
Fuck yeah.
I think Derek is still the leading rusher in the NFL. So I mean, they're still doing well, without me and Taylor. And it's actually a pretty cool story. They're starting left tackle from last week. I don't know if you saw David Quisenberry. He actually had cancer in 2013 and beat it and came back. And this was his first start since beating cancer. He's an awesome guy and an awesome worker and a great teammate. And it was awesome to be able to see him out there starting, having that first start since beating cancer. And throughout this season, it's sort of been up and downs every week, between COVID and injuries, and it's thrown in all over the place. So I think that's sort of been the landscape of this year. Is you got to exploit teams when they're down guys, and you got to take advantage of things. But you also are getting a lot more guys with experience and guys that are getting more game time. So I think it's been something that's creating a lot more depth throughout the NFL, and it's definitely something that's going to play a key role down the stretch here, and just having guys staying smart and trying not to get COVID when they can, and trying to stay healthy and be at full strength. All these who on our team to be at full strength throughout the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Nate Ulrich, you're up.
Hey, Jack, I know we asked you a lot about Jedrick Wills coming in and the transition he would have to make. And, you had made a transition coming into the NFL, flipping spots on the line. So just what has impressed you about his rookie season, and what do you think's allowed him to do what he's been able to do?
Yeah, it's a hard transition moving from right to left or left to right, vice versa. But it's been impressive to see Jed just keep on working. There's been tough days, going all the way back to camp. There's a lot of learning, a lot of learning curve, and it's been impressive just to see how he goes about work every day. And every day he's trying to get a little bit better, and you can really see it paying off. I mean, each game he's adding something to his game, and he's getting more confident. And I think really the biggest thing for a rookie year is really gaining that confidence. And you just see him. You've seen him growing all year, and I'm excited to see the player he's becoming and how much more he can do. He's got a right attitude and the right work ethic to be a great player in this league for a long time.
Thank you, Nate. Our last question of the day goes to Scott Pitcher.
Hey, Jack, when we were talking to Nick just before you, he said he loves playing with you and you're an amazing person. So I'm curious, how well have you gotten to know Nick, especially for a guy that doesn't seem to say a whole lot?
That's what I was going to say. I mean, it's hard to beat as good a person as Nick, but I don't know, it's just every day I just try to mess with him a little bit, try to get a few more words out of him and get a smile out of him. And, he's just a fun guy to mess with a little bit, just because he's so positive and he is quiet, like you said. And, I'm just happy to be on his team and be a part of what a special player he is, and be able to help him and really learn more about him as a person, too, every day.
Do you have any tricks to getting him to open up?
I mean, I try to talk about Batman. That usually gets him going. He likes the superheroes, so I try to bring some of that stuff up, and that usually gets a smile or some sort of grunt or something.
And I mean, you talked about wanting to win him a rushing title. That's probably not going to happen with the time that he missed with the injury. But have you ever talked to him or noticed kind of how the disappointment in not getting it last year, and you guys kind of taking it away from him in Week 17?
No, we haven't really talked about it. I mean, like you said, it's hard to get too much out of him. But no, he's a competitive guy. He's a guy that wants to be the best, and he works like he's one of the hardest workers I've ever seen. And just how powerful he is and everything, and he takes everything in stride. But he's not a vain guy, in the way about how he goes to work. He wants to be the best, but he's not going to go talk about it and talk about his stats or anything like that. He's the exact teammate you'd want on any team, and the type of person you'd want to be around every day.
The Browns are playing a real team on Sunday, and it is a big game. But I've also seen some people throw out there that this is the biggest game, like, that the Browns are going to play. Again, maybe I've been guilty of that on a podcast. Maybe I threw that out flippantly. But I guess I'm wondering, how big is this game really in your guys' mind? Let's start there.
Well, you know what? First of all, I don't think it's a make or break game. I had this one. I had the Ravens and the Steelers all, in the back of my mind as sort of, losses as they go down the stretch here. And that would still give them 10 victories and still a good chance to make the playoffs. Now, they're not guaranteed to make the playoffs, obviously, with 10 victories. But I don't necessarily think this is a make or break game for them. Obviously, it would be helpful to win it. It would be especially helpful if they could at least win either the Titans game or the Ravens game, in addition to the other games they have to win, and kind of give themselves that little bit of a cushion. But things lined up for them well last weekend, whereby the Ravens have kind of fallen into disarray, and the Colts lost. And all of those things really helped the Browns and takes just a little bit of pressure off this game.
Yeah, I think it's not important for the playoffs. I don't know if you guys are aware of the New York Times playoff simulator. It's pretty cool. You can go through and figure out the percentages of pretty much any team. You can kind of pick wins and losses who wins each game. Anyways, the Browns losing this game, if they only beat the Giants and the Jets down the stretch, they still have an 85% chance of making the playoffs, which is really good. If they beat the Titans and then beat the Giants and Jets, assuming they beat those, they're pretty much in. Like, if they beat the Titans, all they got to do is beat the Giants and the Jets 99%. So that's what this game probably means in terms of the playoffs. Not a whole heck of a lot, but I think from a peace of mind standpoint, you want to perform good in this or perform well in this game. You don't want to go out and get shellacked like you did against the Ravens and the Steelers, or else then you start to you start thinking about, gosh, can you really compete with good teams? And so you want to avoid that kind of game. I think from that standpoint, it's important, but not for the playoffs. Although Browns fans, I think, just care how this team looks in this game, maybe more so than whether or not they win. So, that's probably the most important thing.
Yeah, I guess it's more of like a measuring stick game. I guess if we want to frame it like that, it's more of we've seen that you can beat the teams you're supposed to beat. Now what are you going to do against the Titans? We saw this team beat the Colts. That's been their best win. So now can you kind of one-up that a little bit? The Titans are, a little better than the Colts. I know they beat them up pretty badly on Sunday, but, the Titans and Colts kind of both at their best are similar teams, I think. How do you kind of stack up now against Tennessee, who, as MR.OHYDRO put it, is not a super team, and he's not wrong about that. So this is a good chance to sort of see how much progress did you really make since that Raiders loss now, and since you beat the Colts and all of that. Let's see where you are heading into December, and I guess that's kind of how I view it in this game. Not a must-win. If you go out and lose by 2 scores, and it looks like a 2-score game, or 3 scores, and it looks like a 3-score game, it's not just a couple of cheapies late, I don't think we're going to feel great about it.
Yeah, and I think it's matchups. That's the thing. It seems like, that's why a team that doesn't appear that it could possibly beat another football team and does, a lot of times it comes down to certain matchups on that team, and I feel like the Titans' offensive line is a little bit vulnerable right now to a Myles Garrett coming back and wanting to really prove himself and change the game. And Taylor Lewan being out and them being down to their third string left tackle, I think they're a little bit vulnerable along their offensive line, but also, I think that Derrick Henry will, they'll try to run him a lot and make up for it that way. And then the matchup of the Browns defense versus Derrick Henry, I think that's a challenging one from the Browns standpoint. And so it's just a matter of kind of who wins that battle. And I don't know, I guess the way that I see it right now is I feel like Derrick Henry's going to be a lot for them to handle, coupled with Ryan Tannehill having a good season. And then you're talking about, Ronnie Harrison being out and Denzel Ward being out. So I feel like there are some things that the Titans are going to be able to do against this Browns defense.
Can you feel it in the air? We're in the month of December, and our Cleveland Browns only have 3 losses, and usually by this point we're lucky if we have 3 wins. But Mike Polk, 8-3, feels a whole lot better than 3-8.
It feels a heck of a lot better, and I, for one, am celebrating. It does seem like the fan base is having a hard time processing this, some of them at least. And that's why I thought it might be helpful if I were to give them a little bit of advice. Take a look. Hey, folks. I'm hearing a lot of negative Nellies out there, clucking about how the Browns aren't actually as good as their 8-3 record suggests, but that they're merely benefiting from an easy schedule and racking up cheap wins against inferior opponents. Well, here's what I have to say to you people. There's definitely a lot of truth in that. We are barely winning games against dumpster dweller teams, and most of the time we do not look good doing it. But here's the thing about that. I don't care about that. You know what I care about? The Browns are 8-3. Who are we Browns fans to suddenly become picky about how we win football games? Did some of you just get here? I wouldn't care if one of those wins were against Appalachian State. Rack it up. Look, as I said, could this team be better? Yes. Is the roster perfect? Send a no. But guys, while you're out here griping about how we're a mediocre team barely beating terrible teams, do I really need to remind you that we just spent the last 20 years being the terrible team that was barely being beaten by mediocre teams? And I gotta tell you, having now tasted both sides of the action, I strongly prefer this situation. I think what we need here is just a little perspective to remind us where we came from so we can appreciate where we are. So, here are 5 reasons the Browns fan should cherish this moment. Number 1, with 8 wins, we cannot have a losing season this year. This will be the first time since 2007, which is very sad. Number 2, we've won 8 games so far this year. Between 2015 and 2017, we won 4 games total. That's improvement. Number 3, if the season ended right now, we'd be in the playoffs, which would be quite novel. Fun fact, we have never played a playoff game in our stadium. Number 4, next time you feel disappointed in a Browns win, remember we once lost a game because a guy threw his helmet in the air. And number 5, next time you feel disappointed in our quarterback, remember we once had a quarterback get trapped under a really big flag. Not great. You know what I really think our problem is? This is all so new to us. We're like rookies at winning. We have no experience in supporting a good football team, and we're still learning how to do it. Here's hoping we get some more practice. And remember, next time you're fretting about how the Browns just barely beat Jacksonville last week, even though Jacksonville's terrible, just remind yourself of this. The Browns are 8-3. Yes, they are. Now, let me be honest with you, Mike. I'm one of those guys. I think this is...
I have actually been surprised this week by the amount of people, and specifically the amount of Browns fans, that are saying that Baker's game against Jacksonville and what he's done the last few weeks have not been good and kind of been a reason why the Browns should not see a future with him, which is quite surprising to me because when I look at those games, I see very good things. So what I'm going to do is look at the Jacksonville game, look at a few plays that Baker Mayfield made, some of the plays he obviously didn't make, and just try to get a clearer picture on where is Baker Mayfield at, and should we expect more good things going forward with Baker Mayfield, or is this trend pointing down? Well, let's talk about it. But before I dip down into the Bat Cave, I have to first give a shout out to the Patreon members. And as always, that starts with Michael Matee, Greg Ealer, Seth Harrison, Corporal Nick Lopez, Nick Nasty, Mandela Moore, the only Browns fan in Wisconsin, Batman, Jake Phillips, Rush Shear, Barack Kumar, John Albert, Masayua, Buds Roland, Ethan Rindauer, James Nemo, Mac House, Reeve Hertz, Justin Cole, Philip Wilcoxon, Marie Vivert, Timothy McClure, Keith Anderson, Joshua Still, Sean Barron, Gagos Pisano, Dom Gazzulo, Ian Whitaker, Colin 216, Anthony Latham, Christian, Matt Bond, Dave Strong, Michael Stone, Soul Train, Charles Work, Dan in West Texas, Billy, Michael Holdenack, Jared Austin, Moose Gentry, Patrick F., Austin Z., Mark Burnett II, Andre Griffin, Otis Wolf, IT Rex, Austin Bolin, Jesus Serrano, Joshua Paulus, Chris Fawns, Pick Down Browns Backers, Mark Kahn, Max Aldojo, Beerman 069, SSJ Swift, Andrew Hirsch, Feeling Dangerous 113, Dave Mike May, John Cummings, Seth Harrison, and ZK. Again, guys, thank you for supporting, and let me give you guys a win streak dog check. All right, now let me get down into the back end. All right, guys, so I want to thank you guys again for donating to Patreon, donating to PayPal, donating however you do. It makes things like this possible because I don't have to worry as much about if somebody, some company, the NFL is going to try to, demonetize something. If again, I appreciate the Patreon support, the PayPal support, however you wish to do it. Super chats, all those things are greatly appreciated. Now let's talk about Baker Mayfield in general. I want to talk about the team run this ideal outfit that Baker was calling was always accuracy, which is true, and that he no longer is actively using that type of false. And the reason that argument makes me angry is because the next step that the Jarvis is supposed to drop the play open here because Rashard's going to take the attention of this safety. So Rashard has the attention of him, obviously. You're probably going to want to fit something here. Probably like a little slant to, not Odell. Jarvis here in a tiny little window there. What happens, though, early on that kind of blows this play up a little bit is that Joe Schobert is actually right where he needs to be to take care of things, right? He moves up here, he presses, disrupts the route really well. So Jarvis is no longer has the inside. That's what happens here, right? Jarvis had the inside off the route. See, he's winning there inside, but Joe Schobert's in the way, so that takes the inside away. That takes the play design away from Baker Mayfield. And now Jarvis is in a situation where, because he did not get the inside and because his corner knew he was about to get the inside, he can now win outside. Now, that's a coincidence. That's not supposed to happen like that. It just happened like that. And now Joe Schobert, he's going to be guarding the flat here. He's a little late here. He could have thrown it to Kadero Hodge, and maybe he scores, but Kadero Hodge is not Odell, so I don't have that kind of faith in him to be able to turn the corner that fast. What Baker does here is good, right? Back shoulder to Jarvis, and that forces the ball to be right where it needs to be, forces Jarvis to be right where he needs to be, and that is a touchdown. That is good quarterback play. And we're going to see how active this ball is. Come on. You can't tell me that man's not active. All right, we're going to go to this next play here. Baker. This play, right? Back shoulder to Jarvis. This Come on. You can't tell me that man's not active. All right, we're going to go into this next play here. This is about something that also hits on why I think completion percentage by itself is a pretty useless stat. It needs context, because if you go and just look at the completion percentage, you'll say, well, he missed 10 passes, he did not throw 70%, it was not a great game for Baker Mayfield. But here are some of the drop passes, and this is one of the misses, right? That completion percentage does not account for, but things like PFF grades do, and they gave him a pretty good PFF grade. I think it was 70 for this game. And look, they're going to tell you that's a miss. That's not a miss. That's just a drop by Taywan Taylor, but the way they compile stats is that that's a miss, and that's going to go against completion percentage again. That's why completion percentage means absolutely nothing without the proper context, because this is, come on, that ball can't be any more accurate to Taywan. He just doesn't catch it. It's right where it needs to be. Taywan hasn't hit it. And again, it's not bad on Taywan. Like, if that's Odell Beckham, that's a catch. You know, it's just asking a lot of a dude. of that one tiny pump fake. You're gonna see that ball go high and back. And look, let's watch where Baker's feet are, right? We're gonna go in slow motion here. Watch Jedrick's feet going back. And look, this isn't Jedrick's fault. That ball should have been out. And he's holding the bull rush as well as he can. It's just Baker holds it for a little bit too long because of pump fake. And he's late. And look how flat-footed and horizontal his feet are because he threw it out of rhythm and he hesitated and he just didn't trust him. Baker is getting his hands in there and blocking that ball down as well as 95. But 55's in that bull rush. He ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, it's right there. And if it's not, reset your feet.
Feel like I got so much weight on my shoulders that I gotta carry if I wanna turn. Sometimes I just wanna chill with my homies and pray for the ones that I lost when I was only 16. Had to jump on that stage like if it wasn't nothing and I wasn't nervous. 17 started getting some fans and now I'm living life. I can say that I earned it. Look at me now. I be in studios, I'm putting that work. Shout out my mama, she made me a man. By the time I'm 18, I'ma buy her a boat. I had to work for the things that I have, but I still like to move like if I don't deserve it. I work around with this money on me, always making a smile, cause it's how to be heard.
Just some stuff like this, where he's throwing across his body, cross field to the outside number, he's throwing as accurate as a football as you can throw in that situation right here.
Cause that means you would give you a migraine. Nowadays I just be taking off. I wanna know why you hating on me. You be the type to just tell me you love me in person and then tryna take it from me. I know you don't wanna see me in person. You be steady on the internet. Funny how I'm really making you nervous. Run up on me, you get put that we finna when this wave hit him. Me and you ain't not the same. I made mine out of pain. But look at me now. I'm making it out. I'ma do what I want, give up what you think. Better keep my name out of your mouth. Feel like I got so much weight on my shoulders that I gotta carry if I wanna turn. And sometimes I just wanna chill with my homies and pray for the ones that I lost while I'm only 16. Had to jump on that stage like if it wasn't nothing and I wasn't nervous. Turned 17, started getting some fans and now I'm living life. I can say that I earned it. Look at me now. I be in studios, I'm putting that work. Shout out my mama, she made me a man. By the time I'm 18, I'ma buy her a Birkin. I had to work for the things that I had, but I still like to move like if I don't deserve it. I walk around all this money on me, always faking a smile, cause it's how I be hurting.
play calling. Should not have converted, but Baker found a way to make it convert on 4th and 1 and ended up being a big play. Another huge play, this is the last one I'm going to go over, is this play right here. Does not get enough credit for stuff like this. He's done this in multiple games, by the way, in a row. Just like he's missing the red zone, he's done stuff like this multiple games in a row, where your back's literally up against the wall. You need a first down. You cannot afford to punt from here in this situation of the game. What does Baker do? Play action fake. Literally nobody's going to be open. Nobody's going to be open. The closest thing to open is Jarvis Landry, and he is going to get held at the top of this route. And by the time Baker gets rid of that ball, he's still being held. But look how tight of a window he fits that into. That is incredible. That is one of the most impressive throws I've seen from a Browns quarterback ever. Look at that. Again, just look at that. I want you guys to see how tight this one is. Just watch the ball. There is zero room for error. And he makes it. That's the thing. Where was you when I need you the most? You just wanna go. Now you're can go. He's no good. Lately making his own Mayfield is a good quarterback who shows signs of once he gets a couple of things together, being able to be a great quarterback. He's not there yet. I think he's a couple of years away from being that consistently, but it's all there for Baker. He's seeing the field much better. He's seeing the plays much better. It's just some small things here and there where he hesitates or he's not trusting his line that cost him, some of these big plays. But Baker Mayfield's been playing really good football as of late. His PFF grades reflect that. I know his completion percentage doesn't, but we've talked about how meaningless completion percentage is. But that's just my thoughts. I want to give it to you guys. Put your thoughts down in the comments below. But if you guys thank you for watching, have a great day. Have a good night.
I've been feeling like I'm all alone. Isolated, I'm in my own zone. Big on me, be long. Is you solid someone I can call on? I wish I can trust, but it's all gone. And I wish I can love.
For Arizona, what gives?
Santa Clara County has banned contact sports for at least the next 3 weeks. That means the 49ers cannot play or practice at home. They had to find it was activated Tuesday with the COVID-19 reserve list. Garrett had missed the last 2 games while on that list, so Cleveland, for its stretch run at 8-3, trying to have its first winning season in 13 years, get its best defensive player back this week, 13. Obviously, a pretty important addition for the Browns. Speaking of important additions, the Broncos quarterbacks are back in practice today. Sunday's game because they were close contacts with Trevor Jeffers, who tested positive. They got eligible to return to practice today. They have been testing negative. Their 5-day window is up. I need this money to take care of my family. I can't go back. People gonna come in your life. Once they get what they want, they go. But you gotta make sure you be strong. All my people keep putting me songs. I've been feeling like I'm all alone. Isolated, I'm in my own zone. Big on me, cause it be long. Is you falling so Well, I just got buffalo chicken. Baker. I ain't defending your honor if you ain't. RC, explain that to me. Tell you what, I had a uniquely acquired skill set. Like Liam Neeson,
upon me now. I'll be dumb if I give it right now. Said it be asking me how. Like, bro, how you doing like that? Like, how you get cool like that? Like, how you get smooth like that? How you make it choose like that? How you just get full like that? How you don't got you a hat on? That was cold like air on. If I knew you like that, I would be gone. Can't forget to you, me and you. People gon' come in your life. Once they get what they want, they go. But you gotta make sure you be strong. All my pain be get good in these songs. I've been feeling like I'm all alone. When I'm isolated, I'm in my own zone. Big on big, be long. Is you solid someone I can call on? I wish I can trust, but it's all gone. And I wish I can love. Just be feeling the vibe of this song. I want money like you really long. Fight like I'm strong. You wish you was me, but
It starts with head coach Mike Vrabel, Paul's Jesuit high school.
and I wish I could love.
And led the team to the AFC Championship.
I got stacks higher than the skyline. Yeah, but cause I can't take it with me when I go. Style got my city. Roll to the stars with me, baby. Blues always falling, it's always raining. Imagine nobody can save me. There's no tomorrow, only today. Can't be living in the past, nothing lasts. Always running at number one, I ain't losing track. Tired of the circles, tell me where the truth is at. Losing too many yards, gotta losing that. Yeah, gotta win it, baby. If we started here, then we gotta finish off. I've been living crazy, my life's a vacation. I can't change my pace, you know I got stacks higher than the skyline. Yeah, but all in life, cause I can't take it with me when I go. Hey, yo, right here, way to grab it. Roll to the stars with me, baby. Lose always coming, it's always raining. Imagine nobody can save me. There's no tomorrow, only today. Have you seen the time, baby? It's
Alright, come on everybody. Let's get started. For tomorrow, a couple things to note. Number one, player testing. When your testing window ends on Saturday, if you're late, you will not play in the game on Sunday. Okay? I don't want you to be late any day, obviously. Saturday would be the day to make sure you're just in the building and doesn't.
Well, it was a big news day. It has been a big news day for the Browns. First of all, I found out earlier today that safety Ronnie Harrison will be out 4 to 6 weeks with that shoulder injury. That is a huge blow for the Browns, who came in and really solidified he was playing extremely well. So that's horrible news for the Browns. Now, he could get back maybe for the final game and for the playoffs, so they'll have to keep their fingers crossed about that. So that was one thing. And the other thing which was anticipated was that Myles Garrett has been activated off of the COVID-19.
Come on.
No news there anymore. That's done and he can play.
Yep, he can play. As long as everything goes okay throughout the week, he should be fine. Once you're cleared and you get back to practice, as long as you have no negative tests or anything like that, as of right now, he's on track to face the Titans, and what will they need him?
Browns are playing a real team on Sunday. It is a big game, but I've also seen some people throw out there that this is the biggest game the Browns are going to play. Shoot that! I think they'll do that on podcast. But I guess I'm wondering, how big is this game for you guys? Start there.
Well, you know what? First of all, I don't think it's a big break game. I had the Ravens and the Steelers. I got ball. Yeah, boy, get it. Big team, man. As they go down the stretch here. Yeah, that's all you. That would still give them 10 victories and still a good chance to make the playoffs. Gotta get to the money from the bases. All white diamonds on my neck. I don't necessarily on my feet. Yeah, I don't need no laces. Live this life, baby girl, you can't embrace it. Got me spending all the gas. Going bands on ya. Hey, yo, right here, baby.
start to start thinking about guys who can really compete with good teams. And so you want to avoid that kind of game. I think from that standpoint, it's important after the playoffs. Although Browns fans, I think, just care how this team plays for this game even more so than whether or not they win. So that's probably the most important.
Good boy.
Money make a friend change on you.
How do you kind of stack up now?
I could probably bring it, they could probably get away with it. Mess around and get you. Trying to double up, I'm keeping it simple. I've been investing in a nickel.
I see him.
To an instrumental. I've been doing what I said I would. None of this is accidental. Stay down till I came up. Let it work in my way up. Every morning I would wake up. Never even took a day off. It was never
Stay there.
it was always on us, yeah. It was telling me out, it was down in love, yeah. I've been so low key, but I don't see. Don't walk nice, no more kind of shit. We gon' stack.
Good game, yo.
Ain't no rap cap, that's a fact. Money coming, money go, that's just how it go. I done lost it all before, got it back for sure. I got racks, we gon' stack. Ain't no rap cap, that's a fact. Every day I have to work hard to keep the lights on, stay on.
Being out and then being down to their third straight left tackle. I think they're a little bit
to the day come. Hardest one to stay on. I be shining when it's raining. Feel ain't never been rained on.
Yeah, we headed out. Baddest in the town, yeah, we showing now. Take your cameras out. We got the juice. We got the juice. 4 baddies in the pen. Turning on my phone cause I'm heading to my section cause I'm
the bus for the win.
play my tunes cause it's
tight
when I
window throws, but
put
he
it
also
on the
missed
band,
a couple
baby.
of easy
When
ones.
I
His
put it
footwork
on snap,
yesterday,
baby.
this is
My
a
dude
problem that needs to be fixed before it costs a loss. Ed Watkins says he's got to be a C. He certainly got the job done, but he still seems to have mechanical issues that affect his accuracy. So we're 8 for 8. He hasn't been doing something right. Glenn Berger gives him a B+. Mayfield made some good throws, but he also wasn't open receivers in the short ones. But a win is a win. That's an important item we can't overlook. Michael Hart says, hey, nothing happened to make me think differently. Go Browns. Darren Wood joins in and says, he's growing and he's getting better every week. So where does MK Cabot stand on Baker Mayfield now? You have to update it almost every week.
Well, nothing much has changed for me in terms of the evaluation this season yet. I haven't seen enough yet for me to say, oh my goodness, he is absolutely 100% the guy. Go ahead and give him that long-term blockbuster extension. I also haven't seen anything that would make me say he's absolutely not the guy. Forget it. It's over. It's somewhere in between. The truth is somewhere in between. So I think he's probably earning another look next season, and probably at least earning season's option for 2022. No, I think the Browns are having to do the same thing. It is the evaluation within the season, and I think that. There are things that you can glean from those games. I mean, when he played against the
I ain't trying to bring you down, for real. You might as well give up now. Think you got a chance, but I don't see how. Got a real tight grip when I hold that crown. My life been good and bad and all around. The more things I lost, the more I found. One thing I taught myself to do, no matter the problem, refuse to lose. So how you want it, man? You can choose. If you can't take the heat, don't light the fuse. See, I walk in slow and ignite the room. Like fire, everything I touch, I consume. I'm getting up while y'all just snooze. While you make breakfast, man, I'm on the move. I'm the first one in and the last one out. Whoever owns the place gotta drag me out. In me I trust, yeah, I smell like success. This Elon Musk, huh? Everybody wanna be like us. We don't stop, cause the touch just ain't enough, huh? I ain't never gay, no, I ain't scared, man. You know black men don't blush, huh? Came here ready to on this night. You better just run for your life.
Take a team deep into the playoffs at the Allen.
Hey, yo, right here. Put it back up. You're open.
No, I'm not going to add any more pressure on myself.
Won't you come and see what it's like? Living by the rules that you write. You ain't no flag, it's the lights. Now you ain't no back in inside. All the little lies you recite. Just make something unite. You should let it be polite. But I'm tonight. We gon' win it all being nice. Every single dog. You might think I'm wrong, but I'm right. Just let it get a strong appetite. I'm a little bit, just a little. Give it to you strong, heavy metal. I don't make a sound. You better just run for your life.
What are you doing?
Instead of reading it, I love so
You did this on this space, I said what I said. Why me do good and they look at bad, I'm with it, that you wish you always had, This gon' take off with a train. Why your ops in the pad like it's on my phone? Sorry, mama, that I for you. Those struggles was my fault. Sorry that I now they got a job. Sorry that I broke your heart, but you was like, dog, we got a problem. All these on the neighborhood, you wanna be weekend? I'm a problem solver. You put me through the. I'm in the sun, you throwing shade. We in the good on better this one. I ain't listen, so I'm acting like okay. I ain't okay, no, I ain't pressing till you say it to my friends. So now you gon' take. It's best for my eyes to go and pray. Still got a lot to say. I'ma laugh it out 'cause I ain't today. You can love me if you live. Yeah, I should've known better. Why did you live up your sleeve? I don't want you to live. You don't want me for me. You only want the things that you see. Tryna be the greatest. It ain't one of those shades. Said he no money. Believe you wanna got so many. I ain't even got a frame. Me, nothing ever changed. I like that we got a problem. All these he don't know. I'm in the streets on the neighborhood, done die. He wanna that we can. I'm a problem solver. I'm a problem solver.
Better than I was expecting. But yeah, tell me what you guys think. Kendrick Thompson, Nick.
This is sticky situation. Keep your distance. Yeah, I only got my best interest. No funny.
Browns will travel to Tennessee. The Titans 5.5-point favorites. Both the Browns give the Titans 83. Third best record in the AFC. Tied with the Buffalo Bills for that third best record are the Titans and the Browns. Browns have played themselves right in the middle of the AFC playoff picture, and a big reason why has been the running game led by that strong offensive line.
That's a great feeling, as a young player, having experienced, a lot of success, and it's really cool to see, 8-3 City Cleveland, and, we're playing well, and, see if we can keep on playing well, and, play up to our competition, and,
You got to do the That's right. This is why I'm one. All right, I don't trust those movies that aren't rated R. Those scary movies. Barbershop. I can't go into it. And now mine is off the list. This is the new one. But I know you're talking about has the black line. Has the box one. On the park. Yeah, that's in every barbershop. Let me get that one right there. Son, I can't do that. All right, here we go. So the team that I'm going to put on this scale, the Browns. The Browns, they're one of those squads that surprised everybody. 8-3. I think I was just too hyped for the Browns the last few years. Where am I going to put the Browns on my trust scale? 1 to 10. I'm going with a solid 8. Okay,
I'm up on the There's Calvin on the left. The Cleveland Browns versus the Tennessee Titans, a battleground. And these are two of my favorite teams. If you're like, Browns fans, first of all, when you watch
I gotta get it, I'm still shining on darkened days.
I don't
see, I'ma make it no matter what nobody say. Just standing tall, I never fall, I'm paving ways. I gotta get it, I'm still shining on darkened days. Every L that I took, I came back with a W-I-N. Yeah, I am a king and they know I'm not lying. Step my chest, that would really count, keep trying. Persistence beat the distance, so if you lose, just try again. Never let them tell you what you can't do. You the only one that got the dreams, so go pursue. You the only one that got the dreams, so go pursue. Never let them tell you what you can and can't do. This what is yours and it's mine too. So as long as you breathing, better grind too. I feel me looking at the game and the birds view. Cause I feel all of my dues with what I've been through. So now I pass it on to you. Now I pass it on to you.
Derrick Henry, yeah, you gotta say, Tennessee Titans fans, you're right. They were back the drum for that. Look, I love Derrick Henry, and I was bugged me about Derrick Henry.
You know that you I don't wanna hit those lies. I know you apologize, but that don't mean don't worry about me, I'll be fine. It's just gonna take some time. Hey, yo, right there. Your side, I know what you did. Yeah, you know what you did, and I hope you got other things that you said. Yeah, I know that you meant it. Other things that you said.
Same team, man.
Oh.
Hey, right there! Shoot that! Yo, I got it!
You might not get crazy yardage in the first and second.
Good finish, good finish!
I never gotta go follow. I'm a leader, so why would I follow? I do not care about tomorrow. I'ma do me while you to follow. Lately I've been on my grind and I feel like the mental like Drake on the model. Now I'm in Cali with everyone famous, but probably be fine. Yeah, where you get that ball, man?
I did that rebound.
Tell me the truth and I'll take it. Don't lie to my face, cause then we gon' have problems. I never stress about it, cause I know that I'll have me a couple of new ones tomorrow. I walk around on my jeans in the stool, my brothers, no wonder you follow. I had to go and get it on my own, so why would I just give it up when no one had my back? I kept on pushing, I didn't give up. I had to go and get it on my own, so why would I just give it up when no one had my back? I kept on pushing, I didn't give up.
Shot!
Come on.
Now I'm hopping out of a bigger truck. Now I walk around like the if you thought I didn't care back then, I got my
Oh my God.
private jet. I touched down, AP I can't believe that I thought that I love you. I had to go put my music above you. I had to go put my music above you. Put your rights in my hand. I'm pulling up in a lamb. I'm living life like a movie just to wake up and enjoy it again. I had to go and get it on my own, so why would I just give it up when no one had my back? I kept on pushing, I didn't give up. Go and get it on my own, so why would I just give it up when no one had my back? I kept on pushing, I didn't give up.
Oh, come on, bust that, baby. Yeah, boy.
When it come to moves, baby, I'ma act a fool, yeah. You can feel the boots, I've been pumping up the shoes. We got plenty more to do. Not a lot to say, now your dreams come true. You always find a way, I seen a lot of y'all doubts. It never got you paid, learn them ins and them outs. Before you throw that shade, you see really we the one. Really we the way. Really hitting jugs, boy, I'm really making waves. I just landed in LA. Blowing from the A, had a meeting with execs over $100 plates. Deliver me a half, I let you have the shake. Never did it for the ground, but this room full of weight. See him on the bench press, seen him waste money while I invest. Thinking about the thing hit yet. We be on call, the soft draws every time I put a shot up. But everybody with me got that spot up. Put the camera down, dog. I don't take selfies, I don't never take the crown off. Sweat, don't never let that fool you. I set fire to you. I never waste time if I ain't getting that back. Man, if you ain't getting signed, how you gon' act? We don't make excuses. Shouldn't have to tell you if I'm proving. It's lightweight until you try to move. Yeah, feeling like the perfect time right now. I'm the secret every year. For the record, move around. But you better know I run my town. Better get the message wide. When you regret it, what's the word? When you see me, what's the word? At any time I might swerve. Pull up, how about what's the word? When you see me, what's the word? Anytime I might swerve, you making 10 months, I say more like 10 days. See them crossed over, now they look both ways. I got in Seattle, I got in the Bay. Rappers used to want to battle, lately they just want my praise. For the butter sauce, over with the sway, top down in the rain. Still local, but I say that while I'm sitting on a plane. Shit is strange how your city be a pain in your. You probably don't need them, they gon' say they had your back. Not attracted to the lights, but I'm still fly. I ain't with the jazz, now I hate that open field. Anyone you ask, know I'm doing what I feel like. I'm turning down deals, only put it if it feels right. We done shows that's from Central to Pacific time. I never want next, I be laughing when I see the line. Hype about a blog, we done did it 100 times. Never got the call, at this point we had to hit decline. Excuse me to reflect. I ain't made enough to say I'm blessed. Money doesn't always come with the respect. Hey, if you got a check, we can talk. If you wanna pay the cost, waste time that can get you out around. Feeling like the perfect time right now. I'm the secret every year. And for the record, move around, but you better know I run my town. Better get the message right. What's the word? When you see me, what's the word? At any time I might swerve. Pull up, how about what's the word? When you see me, what's the word? At any time I might swerve.
I think put up their best game of the season against the Colts last week, though, because that's football lately, and it's like, to me, that was their most impressive win of the season. You know, take the Bills game, I know it was a nice win, but I still think that Colts victory, what they did last week, and that's what you want to do. You want to be peaking the last quarter and into the playoffs. It doesn't matter. Like, and the Cleveland Browns, by the way, both these teams are 8-3. When I see these teams, you know, have they not? And I say the Tennessee Titans have a lot of like fans who watch this stuff. And again, I'm looking.
It's a rapper's life. When you come and go as you please. In the same spot, seeing nearsighted on a carousel, so it seems. But I'm breaking face, trying to break the bank. And flow is still when you hold that tank. But the real, you need to be belated. Is what I make. I know a lot of in a sunken place, so I left home and I peep real. Like how these don't got deals. They all local, but they pop still. You don't pop, you just and post it on the same block still. Cause you stand still, don't mean the clock's will. Ain't no Uncle Phil, you are not Will. So get the TV up out your head now. And pray before you go to bed now. Hope the family well and the ops them. I see the bigger picture and you cropped out. It's still the same as when I dropped out and I popped out and wrote a whole tape in my mama's house. I give it one more time before I put it down. But what you make it, I just take it as it's given to me. Pray for my mama, know you spend so much time living for me. Pray for these this year you all gon' fall victim to me. I ask you nicely now, I walk in room like give it to me. Just let me out this house, wanna be something special. Just wanna be close, follow my ghost, changes on the schedule. Everything but a fairy tale, I don't wanna ride a carousel no more. No more. I love when you hate me, won't let you play me. I'm on the greatness, ain't nothing lesser. I'm selfish, I'm human, so don't you judge me. Grow then you love me, stay same you'll hate me. I don't wanna ride no more. The earth is so smeared in dirt. Remove my shirt and you can see my heart. I wanna leave a mark, surpassing every single counterpart. You can be a legend in the city park. You can stress your globe if you really smart and you really blessed. Cut the chat about who is next. My daily living getting too intense. The first is coming in, I'm late on rent. Can I stay with you when the sun rises? I'll be out again. There ain't much to gain if I really keep it real than to play with you. But I got your back if I make it through. See, there's other trying to make it too. And there's other things that I made it through. I'm a natural and I'm born to win. Open eyes, now I'm born again. When the connection is again and it's swarming in. I always wonder where the glory's been. Last year I was working in that I missed the window that I never had. My fairy tales always in the head, but the book knew I just ripped some pages and I made it change. Droughts over, Lord, let me rain. No, it's no good when you never change. So I'm journeying in on a greater plane. You can stay the same when you fall short. You know who to blame. Gold flags wanna let him hang. When the whole world finally know my name, I'ma let him sing. Like, just let me out this house. Wanna be something special. Just wanna be close. Follow my ghost. Changes on the schedule. Everything but a fairy tale. I don't wanna ride a carousel no more. No more. I love when you hate me, won't let you play me. I'm on the greatness, ain't nothing lesser. I'm selfish, I'm human, so don't you judge me. Grow then you love me, they say you'll hate me. I don't wanna ride no more.
Can I say this? Is there anybody worse on the microphone than Chris Arians? Jesus. Adam Gase. I'll give you Adam Gase. It's worse.
Bet I'm up now, hey, up now. Stop all the
Yeah, I don't like coach that.
I just scored a check, baby, that's a touchdown.
Looking
at the numbers, I'm running them now. Baby, mama proud.
I don't like
Mama proud. She ain't had to worry. Dropped out of school. What I want now. Looking at my
I should be better. It's on me. Bang. Yeah, and you hear like the notorious Brady and Belichick thing, and Belichick would eviscerate Brady behind closed doors. What does he say in the press conferences? Coaching needs to be better. Players need. He always says every phase needs to get better. Aaron's just like, we got people open. I don't know what he's doing. He's not missing him in practice. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. And maybe it's some type of psychological motivational tool.
I don't think he's that deep. I'm not saying he's stupid. I don't think that's it. I think he's just I think he's just. Yep. Cold like a seal.
Dude, come on, man.
Back to
I don't like that either.
back to Tennessee and Cleveland. Let me just say this about talking about like offenses. I think Stefanski and Arthur Smith are two of the best play callers in the game, and I love that Stefanski got a job. I think that the biggest travesty in the offseason last season, and maybe part of it was because the Tennessee Titans run. They got to the AFC Championship game. Arthur Smith should have gotten more looks as an NFL head coach. I'll be shocked if he doesn't get a job. But the one good thing, I guess, if you're a Titans fan, you really want to keep this coaching staff intact, and you do, by the way, is that, one, I think Tennessee is kind of built for the playoffs. Two, I think they're peaking, so they might make a little bit of a deeper run. And three, everybody's talking about Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City. And I'll be honest with you guys, like, look, Matt Nagy, he doesn't impress me, the guy from the Andy Reid tree. Peterson, I know he got the Super Bowl. He doesn't impress me in Philadelphia. What's going on there? Bieniemy, I know he's going to get a look at a head coach. I think Arthur Smith would be my #1 candidate this year. And Stefanski, what he's doing, let me switch it over to Cleveland because we've been talking to a lot of Titans. Cleveland, my big question for Cleveland is, let me say the Raider game. I did a reaction video to that, and I said, look, the reason the Raiders won is because they gave Josh Jacobs like 30 carries in that game. And you look at the stat line and you see, game situation and all that. I don't care. And I can't remember if Chubb was even back for that. I tend to think he wasn't. Just run the ball 30 times.
Well, that's been their formula, right? 20 passes a little bit, right?
Probably not.
It's around there.
Yeah, and I like Baker a little bit more than you do, but that's not to say I think I would even put him in the top 2 tiers, and I have a large second tier of quarterbacks. And, this offense, what's interesting to me is that they're essentially like a run the ball and 2 quarterback offense, or 2 tight end, I should say, offense. And they remind me of the Philadelphia Eagles team last year that made the run because all of the wide receivers were hurt. This year, I think, Jarvis Landry's nice and everything, but he's not winning any games. To me, what Cleveland wanted to do is pretty obvious, is run the ball, give the running backs 30 touches at least between 2 of them, and on those double move play action passes, Odell Beckham feast on those one-on-one matchups when he gets them. And that was working, and hell, it's still working even without Odell Beckham. And losing Odell Beckham, to me, is one of the most underrated storylines in the league, and Cleveland keeps winning, so it's not a big deal. But in the playoffs, dude, they're going to need him. And I also...
Okay. Let me say this. Did Odell Beckham ever really make that team better?
Oh, I think so.
I think so. Did you ever...
Not last year with Kitchens. I throw that out the window. I'm talking about the first part of this year when he was active.
Okay, but when I watched Metcalf last night, right, and I watched Tyreek Hill, and I watched Devontae Adams, and you see these guys that just consistently have these 2 touchdowns for 130 yards. Did Odell Beckham have anything like that ever with Cleveland?
He did. I feel like he had a 3 touchdown game against Dallas this year. And let me say this, what...
He threw one that day, didn't he? Didn't he
Maybe
throw
he had a run.
against Dallas?
Well, he had a huge game, I know, because I have him in my fantasy lineup.
But the fact that we're both admitting right now and searching for any type of performance like that, where we could easily look to Devontae and Metcalf and those other guys.
Let me say this. I mean, we know by nature of my setup at home, I watch a lot of games live. Just a lot, because I have multiple games going. It's like the TV wall, right? I've said this early in the season before he got hurt. We haven't really said it before. There were multiple times this season, multiple games, where I've seen Odell Beckham on a double move, wide open, certain touchdown, and missed by Baker Mayfield for one reason or another.
Sure, and I guess the bigger point is that it never really worked. It was never really that.
But I wouldn't put that on Beckham's shoulders.
Okay,
personally.
maybe not, right? So
I think Beckham was doing what we saw him do his rookie or his second year in New York before stuff kind of went south. I just don't think they were hitting them, and I would put that responsibility on Baker, personally.
Okay, so and that's fine, and I agree with you mostly. I do, but the point still remains: was Cleveland any better with Odell Beckham? And I would argue that they weren't, because it never really worked, no matter whose fault it was.
I think that's
while you say the Odell Beckham injury is the most underrated story. I have to disagree because I think they're the same team, and I don't think they're any better or worse with or without him.
Okay, I'll give you that, but what I will say is that the ceiling lowers without Beckham on the field. That's my feeling with him.
Well, how can you say that? Because we've never seen them really be this accelerated high production offense with him. I've never seen it, and trust me, I pay attention to them because I want them to fail. I've never seen it.
Well, I want Cleveland to succeed.
I don't want them to fail. I don't like when Baker is sniffing himself. He's not really doing anything. That bothers me.
Like a young Sean Ryan walking around, powerlifting it so fast.
Powerlifting it fast. That's the only part that bothers me.
Yeah. I don't mind. You're a quarterback. I don't mind the bravado, and he has a reason, has a chip on his shoulder. Like, I don't bang him too much, but you and I agree. Like, Cleveland fans like him a lot more than we do. But that's the case with everything, man. I criticize Chicago Bears. I criticize David Montgomery, and you wouldn't believe the comments I get. And Todd Gurley with the Falcons specifically. The comments I get, and the rudeness and the profane comments I get when I'm just like, yeah, he's like a 3.2 yard per carry running back. What do you like about him? You can replace him with an undrafted free agent like James Robinson for the Jacksonville Jaguars, that undrafted rookie. He's like the dirtiest running back in the league right now. that nobody knows about outside of fantasy football players, I guess. You can replace him. Just replace him. He sucks.
And they attack you.
And they attack me because they love their team, and that's that's part of it.
Baker a little bit of love here, though. The
What?
man, I want to give Baker a little bit of love here. The man can act.
I love his commercials,
Dude,
and that's why I'm rooting for Baker, man. I love his commercials.
I know the latest one where he deep fried the turkey with him.
I haven't seen that.
I saw it last night, and I'm like, these two people can act really well. It's quite amazing.
I love the book club one when they kick the person. He didn't show up out of the book club. He's like,
they're good. They're smart. They're funny, and he nails it.
I love when he crushed the beer at that Indians game too. You remember that? You know, he shotgun that thing. I like Baker, man. I think he's great for the city. I root for him because I like some of that stuff. I really do.
Maybe I'm coming around now.
But
you know, the commercials are soft.
The commercials by themselves are enough to root for Baker Mayfield if you don't want them because they're so good. Because like once Peyton Manning retired and you got rid of some of the goofiness, now we get like Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and discount double check and the state. Those are the worst commercials. Like, let's get somebody with some personality. At least Baker has some personality, man. Everybody else sucks.
Those State Farm commercials
They are bad.
make me want to vomit all over myself. I can't take them.
The best discount double check commercial was BJ Raji doing the dance.
Yeah. Jake from State Farm, why did they give him like this tight red muscle shirt?
You know what it was? Yeah, I'll tell you what it was. Is those guys, those commercials that get these nationally syndicated commercials, they get loaded. Like they're millionaires when they get those things. Yeah. And I think he got one, and like he just had money, so he didn't have to work anymore, and he just went to the gym, and he just got like all like jacked up. It's just like, come on, man.
It's so ridiculous,
come on, man.
Dude. And nobody can act.
Nobody can act except for Baker Mayfield.
Except for Baker.
I love the man, that book club commercial for me, and I like when he was trying to cover the seats when the storm was coming. He's telling the groundskeeper to cover the seats. Come on, because we're 2 people, we can do it twice as fast. Love it.
It's good.
Let's get to the game. So look, like both of these teams are going to try to establish the run. To me, I think the difference is like I liked what I saw from the Tennessee Titans defense. I will say this: Cleveland Browns defense is season long. They've been underrated too because of all the talk about offense. Baker Mayfield gets a lot of attention, the run game, all that stuff. The defense for Cleveland has been very good this year. The Tennessee Titans defense played better against the Colts. I don't know if that was like a mirage or if it's the start of them playing better. I think that, to me, Ryan Tannehill, the way he runs the offense, I think he's more likely to be able to bring a team back from behind, like we saw in the second half of the Steelers game. Didn't end up happening, but they closed the gap. They had the ball at the end of the game there. I think the Titans are the line. Bovada has Cleveland +4 at Tennessee. Who would you have?
I actually, even though I like what Cleveland's doing, I like Tennessee more, and I think that I think they cover. Cleveland falls short for sure. They don't make it happen.
I like Cleveland. I will say this: like I would like to see Nick Chubb always get 20 carries and at least 5 receptions a game. And he had a great game last week. It was 22 total. I think it was 19 carries and 3 receptions. Not enough. Give him more touches. And Kareem Hunt, I'm serious. Like this team, and they're a good team, man. And any team that can run and play defense like Cleveland, they're going to be a team that's hard to beat in the postseason. And I really love the coaching staff, but I just think Tennessee's just a little bit better. And because of that, Tennessee at home, I believe that Tennessee will cover this spread. I think Cleveland is absolutely a playoff team. They're 8-3. They have 2 games against the Giants and the Jets that should be gimme games. I like the Giants defense, but they should run through the Giants no problem. The Jets is a gimme as long as they don't, overlook them. Cleveland should be a lock to make the playoffs, even with this loss. Tennessee, with this win, if in theory would go to 9-3, they'd be a lock too. These 2 teams could give us a playoff matchup again in the wild card. 7 playoff teams this year in the conference, per conference. I'm going to take Tennessee to cover. I like both of these teams quite a bit. I will have this probably on my primary TV, but definitely one of them this week because I think it's just going to be an old school game. I'm going to love it. I like both of these teams, fans. Don't bang me just because I picked them around. The next game we're going to feature here.
And tell us, can the Browns trust Baker Mayfield in the playoffs?
Of course they can. If they make it to the playoffs, it's because Baker Mayfield being at the quarterback's position that they make it to the playoffs. So why not trust?
That's the reason.
No, but that's right? Because I know Bucky and Cam want to jump on here, and maybe you will too, Marcellus, and talk about how the running attack is the reason why this team is going to win, and that's what you have to trust. Okay, that's wonderful. You're in the AFC North, and you're 8-3. This man has been the most maligned winning quarterback this season, and maybe for his career. I look at him, I have been one of his main detractors on this very show, on this very Speak for Yourself platform. I have hated on Baker Mayfield. I called him a little lapdog and not a yard dog. I said those things. But this team is 8-3, and right now they are in better position to get into the playoffs than the Baltimore Ravens. Who would have ever thought that? And they are. So when I look at, the running attack, sure you're going to have a running attack, and sure you'll lean on that running attack. Sometimes it's not about how many touchdown throws you make, it's how many throws you make. And as long as he's making good enough throws to bring those defenses back off of the ball and turn them into pass respecting defenses because of what Baker could do in the passing attack, and they get those spaces for them to be able to run the ball, he's doing what he needs to do. The trust doesn't have to be him being this world-beating franchise quarterback. The trust is him doing what he needs to do so that they can win games.
No, you said a lot, but you didn't say much because you know that they don't trust damn Baker Mayfield. They haven't trusted him all season. What are you talking about? This is a guy who's thrown 81 fewer passing attempts compared to last season. And that's not by coincidence. That's by design. We have to hide Baker Mayfield with this running game and with our defense because Baker Mayfield has not fully evolved into a franchise quarterback. How is Baker Mayfield going to be something he's never been? Which is a guy that you can say, go out there and win the football game by yourself as a franchise-winning quarterback. Baker Mayfield hasn't done that. I have nuggets galore on Baker Mayfield. Some of them are pretty entertaining. How about this? The Browns ranked 30th in pass offense. That's not good. And Baker Mayfield and the Browns are passing at the lowest rate in the entire NFL. That's not good. That shows you not only lack of trust, but a lack of production. 16 straight games under 300 passing yards. That's a full season, y'all. 25 straight games without back-to-back 250-yard passing games. Trust what? What the hell are you talking about, LeVar? There's no trust in Baker Mayfield because they've never started last year.
Did he start last year?
Yeah, he started
last year.
Yeah, he did.
Is he starting this year at 8-3?
Yeah.
You can throw out all those rankings and all those numbers and all that damning information, and I'm sure Bucky will come over and co-sign you, and that's fine. But be clear, they are 8-3 and in position to be close to the playoffs with him as
LeVar, don't be that guy.
Levels of trust.
Don't be that guy.
Levels of trust.
We all went from being broke to having some money, and it happened like this overnight, right? And you know what's funny?
I always had money.
Boy, stop. You didn't have that LeVar Arrington 2000 money. I know when I saw you in the mall, you didn't have that money before. But it's funny. Hey, before the money, you riding around in whatever that hoopty looked like. They ain't turning their head the same. Then when you riding around in something pretty, Baker is just riding around in a prettier car thinking he fine. Yeah. He ain't fine. It's just you got a different car around you, surrounding you.
I trusted my first car more than I trusted that first CL 500 that I drove. I had more problems with that CL than I did with my Super Rodeo. There's levels of trust.
Baker,
there's levels of trust.
LeVar, you're going to have your food.
Rich people problems. And when I look at this team, the thing that can really prevent them from making a legitimate run is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield has plenty of opportunities in the passing game to really dial it up, but he's unable to. Do you think Kevin Stefanski really wants to hand the ball to Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt on every play? No, he would like to throw it, but he knows that the more that he throws it, the more the odds go up that his quarterback is going to throw it to the other team. So what they typically do, they throw early and run late. And in the fourth quarter, they try not to throw it all. And so it's about Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, that physical offensive line, and Myles Garrett and the boys on defense. It is not about Baker Mayfield because they know they can't throw the ball in the air and they make for winning.
It's simple as that, man. Look, the dude playing against the under 500 teams, they're undefeated. But the teams above 500, 1-3.
muster up all the love that gathers around any team and all the chemistry and tell us, Baker's on the verge of being considered a bust.
Now the video every single day, and I just love that y'all support me and love it a lot. So I'm at 400.
Fortunately, they claimed a safety yesterday in Tedrick Thompson. Now he's got starting experience.
The Titans' offense is a lot like the Browns. Very good offensive line play, and they run the football extremely well. A power running game. The Northeast Ohio native head coach of the Titans, Mike Vrabel, has a huge appreciation for the Browns' offensive line and the job Kevin Stefanski is doing. He was asked about Nick Chubb's ability to run the ball really well in the fourth quarter.
I think he's pretty effective with anything he's trying. Actually, really good. I think both those guys are excellent. Very good players. Vision, strength, body strength, tackles, stretch, fight, the edge. Let's just say, sitting there watching them, it's like you forget sometimes that you got to find ways to stop them. Because you kind of like the way they play and the way that these guys are blocking. You mentioned the guys up front, blocking, Mike Teller and Jack Coughlin especially, they use them a lot, pulling and things like that. What stands out when you see how Coughlin's been playing this season, being as though he's a former player of yours? Jack did a lot of good stuff. Now we'll have to go against him, like a lot of other players that move on to other places. Perhaps continue to work and develop. He functions well in that scheme. It's similar some of the stuff that we asked him to do. And Ryan Teller's a young player that plays aggressive and finishes and brings together and playing here for an offensive line.
That is Titans head coach Mike Vrabel, who is a Walsh Jesuit alum.
Fellas, welcome back to Sportsworks Podcast. I'm your host, The Phenom, a.k.a. The Greatest, and I'm joined by Little BK and, of course, El Scorcho. We have a Week 13 matchup here. In my opinion, it's one of the juicier matchups of the week. It's going to be the Tennessee Titans at home playing against the Cleveland Browns. Browns are the underdogs, 6.5 points. The over and under is 54.5. If you saw the way I said 6.5 points, you already should know who I'm taking. Guys, I've been a big believer in Tennessee. After the first couple of weeks of the season, I was pretty high on Tennessee, and I still am. But this is a game where I think a team has been overlooked this year. They haven't received that much hype. The Browns, they haven't received that much hype this year. Last year was the year you were hearing, oh, the Browns are going to Super Bowl. Guys, the Browns have been having a very sneaky, really, really good season. They've been winning close games against, they played the Jaguars really close, which, that's probably what's factoring into this line being 6.5. Because the Tennessee Titans are a lot better team than the Jaguars, obviously. True. But you gotta look at the season as a whole. I know they don't have OBJ, but in my opinion, they're even better without him because now they're really focusing on running the ball. You're keeping Baker Mayfield from making these dumb mistakes, dumb decisions. It's cost me money in the past. I am a little gun shy to touch the Browns. I'm not gonna lie because I have been burned by them in the past when I take them. Yes, they have. They burned me, and it hurts because you see Mayfield just makes some, mistakes. Some dumb mistakes. You can't really say much more than that than throwing, some dumb picks. But this is a week where if they run the football, which I believe they will, they're going to go ahead and cover this number. And I'm going to go ahead and put money on to win flat out. Guys, you have Nick Chubb back.
So you're saying money line for you?
I'm taking money line. Obviously, I'm taking the points because we're bringing it down with the spread. I'm taking the points, but I'm putting money line. This is going to be personally my blue chip. This man right here, Scorcho, is going to go to Vegas this week, and I'm sending him with money so he can put it down for me. I'm taking the Browns money line. Guys, this is Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. The run game is too strong in Cleveland. They know what they got to do to beat the Titans. They got to run the ball. They got to run the ball, and they're going to do it, and they're going to do it effectively. On Sunday, the third best running back on the field is going to be Derrick Henry. Number 1 is going to be Nick Chubb. Number 2 is going to be Kareem Hunt. I'm calling it right now. Give me the Browns. Give me the Browns big. They're going to cover this number. Money line, Browns. What do you think?
No, I got a lot of respect that they've earned this year, the Tennessee Titans. But I do want to say something before I give my pick away. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to remind you, sports gambling, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, guys. So if your dick's on the dirt because you got your ass whooped in week 11, 10, 9, and 8, this is the last half of the stretch, moments. This is when you fucking tighten up nuts and say, hey, let's go get that money. Let's go get that bookie. Let's go get that casino. Let's go cash out. Moving on. I'm not touching the side. I can't trust Tennessee, although they do have my respect. I know they're going to win the game. I believe in my heart they're going to win the game. I just don't know they're going to be able to cover the number. I don't want to be sweating it. I will probably do the same thing, take a money line bet on Tennessee. But even then, I have a feeling the fucking Browns are always up to mess up my games. So I'm kind of a little gun shy of touching the games where the Browns are involved. I am looking at total 54.5, guys. These are two teams that run the ball. They like to run the ball. They like to pound and run the ball down each other's throats. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Time is going to be shedding off that clock, right? Click, 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 click. Give me the under, baby. Under 54.5 and make it official for a score, Joe.
Like that. I'm agreeing with you on the under pick, and the only reason is because I do not think the Browns will score a lot of points. They haven't been scoring a lot of points lately. I think the Tennessee Titans are just better, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout like they did last week. This will be a tough day because the Browns defense can show up at times, and they are pretty decent. I'm going to give them that. I'm going to give them credit where credit is due. So I think the best bet is to go for the under. I think 6.5 is a lot of points. I feel like the Browns can cover that. So I think the best bet is to go with the under at 54.5.
Just like I said.
You like that?
Just like I said, guys. Just like I said. Well, I think the under's a smart bet.
Let us know down below what you think about this game. Like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see you next week. Go make that money, baby. Peace out.
Holiday season, the snow falling, the turkey, Christmas lights is up. Everybody's ready for and produce within the regime and the organization. And they can't complete every game on the schedule for everything. They're going to add an 8th playoff team to each conference. So now you're going to get 16 teams in the NFL playoffs. Now, me personally, I think it should just be like that anyway. Well, hello, everyone. It's been a while, and it's been a crazy time in sports. I'm talking about basketball ended, Lakers won a championship. Shout out to LeBron and AD for getting their ring. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to KCP for his contribution. And then we had the NBA draft. And now we're looking at the NBA season going to start around December 22nd. In the meantime, football has gone on and it's not stopping. We're getting to that part of the year. Everybody's glued into the TV. I mean, it's holiday season, the snow falling, the turkey, Christmas lights is up. Everybody's ready for end of the year football and playoff football. And what's so interesting about it now is that not only did they add 2 teams to the playoffs, one in each conference, so instead of 6 to the NFL playoffs, it's now 7. But if for some reason they can't complete every game on the schedule for every team, then they're going to add an 8th playoff team to each conference. So now you're going to get 16 teams in the NFL playoffs. Now, me personally, I think it should just be like that anyway. I think the playoffs should consist of half the league. Just because in football, you only get one.
take you out with the don't sleep.
I personally think
Who you
that
gonna
it
run
should go
to?
to 18.
But where you gonna go to? I see you run time after time and again. You keep going back to lines and pins. You fell in love. You was in love. Ooh, you was in love. You was in love with a ninja like me. I take the time to give you what you need.
The year 2020, entering week 12, has an 8-3 record. Are you serious? I mean, for anybody who's a lifetime Browns fan, for anybody who's just to hear that the Browns entering week 12 is a
Hi, welcome in.
shout out to Jimmy Haslam, who was smart enough to understand that, hey, I may be one of the smartest guys in the world, one of the most prominent businessmen in the world, but football is not my sport. I like that. He was smart enough to delegate the power to his wife. So, shout out to D. Haslam, Mrs. D. Haslam. I appreciate all the energy and effort that you took out and input into rebuilding and renovating this Cleveland Browns organization. You've been a master stop for the longest I heard of. Thank you. Shout out to GM Andrew Berry.
Come by if you need anything else. Hi, welcome in.
Making sure that he has room in the future to build on what he has. So shout out to John Dorsey, though, previously for acquiring good talent and then making sure that talent was locked in. Alright, so whoever took over next was so happy to be he was able to really like finesse it. So, shout out Kevin Stefanski, right? And that whole Browns coaching staff, right? It is a group effort. Shout out to all the other front office people. And a big shout out to Deep Podesta, for being with this organization for as long as he has, through as many head coaching changes as he had, and now he actually got into the point where what he does well actually has a major influence on what actually within the machine and the organization. And I'm so proud of the whole organization, the players, everybody for putting in that constant work, especially during COVID. No preseason, alright? No real training camp. Everything on Zoom. A lot of these players new to the system. Every player on here is new to the system, alright? And some of them new to each other. Sign-ins and all this, and the Browns are 8-3. Week 12 entering week 12 of the season has gone to the whole organization. That should definitely be praised, and it should not be overlooked or known because, man, we know how the Browns have looked and how have they produced the last 15 or so years, okay? I keep saying week 12. We're entering week 13. The Browns have a 5-game win. Just to put that up there. Like I said, they have an 8-3 record. 5 games left on the schedule. 3 of those teams are above 500 or on fight for lock. 2 division rivals. The Ravens, you see them in 15, 14. And then you see Steelers, Nashville, 17. And upcoming next game, 13.
Come by if you need anything else.
Yeah, Nick said the name off. Better quit, so much I can gain off. 88, never had a Kango, but I've been dope to the max, no pain off. Yeah, I know I gotta change though. Still spit, still ain't got a lot of change though. Yeah, I rap, I ain't with a chain though. Hit the twice, never made it rain though. Cause I ain't got the door to go away.
I'm not gonna even sugarcoat it. It's been horrible. This has been a graveyard for players. Old players, new players. This has been a graveyard. You know what I mean? Just think about this, all right? Our franchise left tackle retired, right? Right the draft before we got our franchise quarterback and running back. All right, and he retired. And even with those signings, he still said he was gonna say retire, right? So, shout out to Joe Thomas, man. We love Joe in Cleveland. He was an Iron Man for us, and he stayed loyal to us when he didn't have to. So, you know what I'm saying? Anything that the Browns win, he get credit in the part of because he didn't have to do that. And to me, he personally is a big reason why probably some of these new guys is willing to come in here and be, willing to be long timers here. You know what I mean? They see how the fan base is. We love our Browns. We there supporting them. We talk all crazy and do all that, but Cleveland love their Browns, and we gonna stand up for them regardless, all right? But people want to know, is Baker Mayfield a bust? All right? Baker Mayfield has gone through a crazy time in his, all right? So, you're the number one overall pick in 2018. Since then, you've had 4 head coaches. You've had multiple offensive coordinators, 3 different systems, and people have the nerve to want to call this man a potential bust. All right? First off, it doesn't matter how much talent you have. Every player is a system player. Every player is going to thrive better in a system that fits their skill set versus just any system. You got your great athletes, you know what I'm saying, and game changers, who can thrive in any system and still put up the same numbers. You know what I'm saying? The game changers, them why those guys are highly regarded. You know what I mean? But every player is a system player. If you don't put your player in a position to succeed, then people who are not familiar with your player before you draft him will not be able to see really, what it is that made you believe in him and the things that helped them be successful. A lot of these coaches and a lot of the atmosphere is that a quarterback should be a certain way. Your quarterback should win you games. A quarterback's job is to lead his team to victory. And it's not really just his team. He has to orchestrate his offense in an effective way that is productive and instills or influences heavy energy into the team. All right? So when that happens, now your players play with better effort. They give more. They take care of their body better. And that's why they say the quarterback is like the engine of it, because the quarterback really he installs so much just by the way he goes about managing the offense, right? You got other positions and other players that really help make things, but the quarterback is the quarterback. Now, I'm going to go on record and tell you, I never thought Baker Mayfield was the best person in that draft to be the number 1 quarterback. In that draft, particularly that he was in, I didn't think no quarterback was worthy of being the number 1 pick. I thought Saquon Barkley, Bradley Chubb, Derwin James, I thought all of these guys were more worthy of being taken number 1 than any quarterback. But I also believe that, people say you shouldn't draft for need. And I feel like you should draft him. Like, the whole purpose of you being in the draft is because you need something. So it's contradictory for me to hear them say, don't draft the need, draft the best player on the board. Where you kind of got to do both. How both fits for you, it depends on you, coach, you, regime. What are your personality? What is your system? A lot of these coaches and regimes go into these drafts and they don't really have a clear-cut direction or what they want to do or how they want to go about it. You know what I mean? They want to look at a player and then be like, oh, we're going to build this around the player. All right, but you got to already have a system in place that you identify the player that fits. All right? Because if you utilize the player right to their talent, then that player is going to excel in a good way. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's not always guaranteed, though, because you're going to have those who just don't fit the mold and don't want to put in the work and effort to, get where they need to be. That's fine. It happens, you know what I mean? But, if you do your job, do your due diligence and, remain or maintain some type of respectability to your brand, then, it's always being about being ready for the chance. You know what I'm saying? Opportunity may not be there, but when you get the opportunity, you got to be ready to capitalize on it. So you need the system in place, or at least an idea of what the system is like, in order to have a great idea of what type of players are fit to be good stars in your system, because your field is centered around it, right? So let's get into Baker Mayfield specifically. Baker Mayfield is having a business, right? Baker Mayfield right now has thrown about 2,000 yards, right? 17. Let's see. Baker Mayfield has 11 games, completed 180 passes out of 294, with 61.2 completion percentage. 2,108 yards, right? 7.2 yards an average, almost 200 yards a game for average, 17 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 7 sacks. Overall player rating is 92, right? It's not really bad. This is where I have a problem with people bashing Baker Mayfield. Now, as I was saying earlier, I felt like the Browns is in the division where you gotta run the ball to play good defense. So I wanted them to draft Saquon and then draft Lamar Jackson. That's what I thought. Draft Saquon at 1, Lamar at 4. You already got Carlos Hyde on the roster. So now you use Saquon in return plus, shift him out, fit. Lamar Jackson got to grow as a passer. So, now at the time, though, when they were about to, Hugh was the coach. So I understood that Hugh would know how to utilize it without too much, you know what I'm saying? But even at the time, the Browns organization was crazy. So fast forward to this year. Kevin Stefanski is going in to stabilize a talented roster. And he brings in Alex Van Pelt and Joe Woods as offensive and defensive coordinators, respectively. And right now, the Browns are right. What I like that Kevin Stefanski is doing is something I've been screaming for years. To stop building the plays around Baker Mayfield's skill set. That's not how this works. If you watch how Baker Mayfield was used in college, he was used as a vessel to get his star players the ball. All right? It's no different than Kurt Warner. It's no different than Peyton Manning. All right? It's no different than Russell Wilson. Some guys are a little more athletic and they have a little more awareness to do incredible things. Right? Baker Mayfield has the capability of doing a lot of things, but he has to learn to be disciplined and be skilled before he's flamboyant and taking chances. All right? The Browns have a talented roster, but you don't need to throw the ball all the time. You just need to throw the ball in formations that he's comfortable with and run a lot of play action. Now, running a lot of play action because you have Nick Chubb, shout out to him. But Chuck doing this thing. Kareem Hunt is still a perennial guy. And the 1-2 punch of Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt can do a lot. I mean, a lot of football fans right now are new and you don't understand that back in the day, you ran the ball and you played good defense and you was liable to win. As long as you could throw on play action, you good. You know what I'm saying? If you could throw in 2 minutes, you good. Because it's a passing league, but it's 60 minutes of game. Right? You get as many possessions as your defense can get you the ball back. The more possessions the defense gets you the ball back, the more chances of your team getting in a rhythm because you're getting to get out and run more plays. Okay? Baker Mayfield has a lot of qualities that are great for a quarterback, even for a quarterback at 6'1". Okay? He is very quick. He is deceptive, fast, sweet. He has the arm to make all the plays, even though he doesn't always line his body up in the way to really throw like he wants to. He's a little panicky, he's a little jumpy, but I still look at Baker Mayfield as a winner. Some people will say that you say I'm crazy or blasphemous. Why would you say that? This is the first time Baker's been in a stable system, right? And he's showing a lot of flashes of maturity and growth in a system that is consistent from week 1 to week now 13. And over these last 5 weeks, right, since the win in against the Bengals, where he hit Donovan Peoples-Jones for the game winner on the sideline, which was a beautiful pass, a very beautiful pass. Okay, Baker Mayfield has completed 77 of 124 attempts, 62%. He's thrown 7 touchdowns, 1 the team is 4-1 in that sport. We're just speaking on Baker Mayfield right now, right? And what he's doing. In those games, at least 3 of those games, 4 of those games, the weather is oh my God. So we had to lean on our running game. But we have the best running game in the league to be leaning on. We have athletes out and receivers for us to be able to do things. And the fact that our quarterback is undersized to most teams or to most perspectives, the consensus perspective, that leaves room for trick plays and doing stuff for other people. And plus, like I said, Baker's still young. He has to learn to grow in the system. But Baker is way more mature than people give him credit for, and he's a very intelligent guy. You know what I'm saying? He's a hard worker. He has a funky attitude. So I like that. Because people with funky attitude like they can work with him. That's just how I look at it. All right? So Baker is doing pretty good. All right? He's doing pretty good. So now, what I don't like and what I have a problem with in the beginning, because it seems to be getting better now as I watch it. First, it was a play call. I did not like the play calling at the beginning. All right, the play calling has gotten a lot better since week 9 when we had the bye. The play calling has gotten better, a lot better, and they spoke up. Heard Kevin Stefanski, head coach Stefanski, and OC Van Pelt. Heard him say about not only working on Baker and his footwork, but designing plays that put Baker to be the best Baker he can be. All right. First thing you got to do is stop designing the plays around Baker and design the plays around getting your ball to your playmaker, to your Nick Chubb, your Kareem Hunt, your Austin Hoopers. You know what I'm saying? Your Odell Beckhams, Jarvis Landry, David Jones. Right. Their job is to produce when their number is called. Does not matter. Your number is called. 10 plays in between. Your job is to be ready. Your job as a playmaker, as an offensive receiver, back, tight end, is to be a threat. Your number one job is to be a threat. So if you're not a threat, you're an inconvenience to the offense. That's just bottom line. All right. Baker is has missed some throws. Baker has missed a few. But Baker has made some great throws. Baker was victimized by a lot of drops. Alright? And people be trying to play Baker, but we ain't gonna act like Jarvis Landry ain't dropped 4 passes one game. And then Joku ain't dropped 3 passes in another game. 2 in that same game, Landry dropped passes. So we're not gonna act like he ain't been victimized. Alright? And I ain't even started on the defense shit. Right now we just talking about Baker. Alright? Baker's growing, and I believe that they should pick up his option. But I do also believe that they should still draft him. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and pick up his option, because when he gets to his final year, he's going to need an extension. Or maybe he's going to play himself good enough to where somebody is going to come try to sign him to an offer sheet, get trade compensation, shit like that. And just draft his quarterback and let him do his thing. You know what I'm saying? But I still feel like Baker got to grow. But he's still a rookie. You know, bottom line. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. Alright, there are a lot more interesting and insightful things I want to discuss with you all, so take the time out right now for me to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, or dislike. Leave some feedback in the comment section, and be ready to watch the next episode of Game Changer Sports Talk, live from the marvelous Hollywood studio on the Coney Tunes channel.
All right, Browns fans, Rufio here. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Cleveland Browns defense. We spent a lot of time giving all the love to Kevin Stefanski and that new look Cleveland Browns offense this year. Defensively, we've got Joe Woods bringing in a new defensive scheme as well. It's not that different from what we've run in the past, but it is a little bit different, and it is all based around this coverage, cover 3. So as we can see from the timestamp here, we're early back in the Bengals game actually, but this is a 3rd and long situation, so we're not particularly worried about the run, and we can give up short passes. So cover 3 is a perfect call in this situation, because cover 3 is a defense that's going to take away a lot of the kind of the shot plays, the deep down the field passes, and what it's going to do is give the offense some freebies underneath. So particularly in the flats, this is a defense where we can allow some completions in the flats, and that kind of plays into what appears to be Woods' defensive philosophy of making the offense go the long and hard road to the end zone, right? Make them string together a 12-play drive. Make them string together a drive of 14, 15 plays for them to be able to score, and see if in that time we, can't get lucky, get an interception, get a fumble. How many times this year have we seen the Browns defense allow the opposing offense to drive in the red zone only to come away with a key takeaway down in the red zone? So yes, some of that is luck, some of that is just our individual player talent, but some of that is the defensive philosophy as well, is to make the offense really grind it out. The other thing that's good for is if our offense is able to run like we have been and get these early leads that we've seen the Browns be able to get, then we kind of put the opposing offense in a situation where they feel like they have to pass, and maybe that quarterback gets a little antsy and starts forcing throws deeper down the field, and then we're in the perfect position to make plays on the ball and get some interceptions. So I do think that this is a scheme that fits really nicely into what we're trying to do on offense. We can kind of play complementary football, and it really fits in philosophically with what we're trying to do as an entire team. I also think it fits pretty well with our personnel. And obviously our main 2 players on defense are stars, the players we want to build around, our young talent, Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, right? So I think this scheme allows those players to be put in situations where they can really be successful and have their unique talents be shown. So what is cover 3? As the name might suggest, we're going to have 3 deep zones. So in this instance, they're going to be played by Ward. We got Sendejo here as a free safety, and then Mitchell down the bottom of the field. Those 3 players are going to be responsible for a deep third in the area of the field that they're lined up in. Sendejo in the middle and the corners outside. We're also going to have 4 players underneath zone coverage. So in this case, it's going to be our slot corner here. We've got our safety Harrison, and our 2 linebackers in Goodson and Smith.
Now, which of those players plays where in these underneath zones, we have the freedom to tinker with, right? And to try to confuse the offense a little bit, to move these guys around, to create matchups that we like better. But there are four main roles in this underneath zone defense. We've got the outside players, so left and right. I'm going to call these the apex players. You might also hear these players called buzz players, bronco players, skiff players. So what they're basically doing is playing any curl route by number one, and then after they drop into that curl space and take that throw away, then they're going to let the quarterbacks throw, take them to the flat. So they're going to come up and play the flat. They don't want to get out leveraged, so they don't want to let any running back or any player in the flat get wider than them. So they're going to drop to a curl spot, and then they're going to expand, and then they're going to kind of close in. So we have a player that does that on the left apex. We have a player that does that on the right apex. Inside of them are players in what are called the hook zones. And those players are looking for basically stuff over the short and over the middle. Those hook players are going to drop to a depth of about 10 yards back from the line of scrimmage, and they're going to look for a landmark that is just outside the hash, maybe a yard or two outside of the hash mark to their side of the field. Those apex players are going to drop to a width that is typically a yard or two inside the bottom of or the top of the numbers, rather. So you can see kind of the numbers on the field. They're going to go just a couple yards inside of that in terms of their width. They're also going to be about 10 to 12 yards deep. Now, those underneath coverage players in this defense are what we call spot dropping players, okay? So they basically just drop to those landmarks, those spaces on the field, and they're looking to play fast, to play instinctively, and to play really just based on the flow of what's going on with the receivers around them, with the situation of, what down and distance of it, with the time left on the clock, all those things. They're just going to kind of intuit, what to play based off of that. So I really think that's something we're looking for from our players in the middle of the defense, from our linebackers, from our safeties, from our slot corners, our players who can play instinctively, players who play aggressively. Playing this style of zone defense allows us to kind of not really worry too much about what the offense is doing, and to just kind of go full speed and just play football. So as we can see in this particular play, we're going to have Harrison actually drop into the zone inside of the linebacker. Before the snap, he kind of acts like he's going to drop deep into a two-deep zone, and after the snap, he comes up to actually become the fourth member in the underneath zone. Now, Harrison doesn't get quite to his landmark here, which would be somewhere around here on the field. He is deeper than that, but he can play deeper than that because it's 3rd and 12, first of all. And second of all, because he sees that receiver go inside of it, or bend inside on this kind of opposite crosser or deep post route to the opposite hash. And he knows that if he comes all the way forward, he's not really defending anything, right? There are no threats in front of him on the field, really, to speak of. And if Joe Burrow checks down to this back, he's got help, and that back is going to have to break probably a couple of tackles and get a lot of yards after the catch to really get the first down. So the rest of the players we can really see hitting those landmarks, right? We have linebacker Goodson here, just a yard or two outside of the hash, 10 to 12 yards deep. We got our nickel corner here, 2 yards inside the numbers, 10 to 12 yards deep. And then our opposite apex player, which is another linebacker, I believe that's Malcolm Smith. Again, just inside those numbers, 10 to 12 yards deep. That's exactly where they should be. And they're just kind of feeling out, reading the quarterback's eyes, trying to get a jump on the ball. Speaking of getting a jump on the ball, it's another really good reason to run this spot dropping type of zone. It allows these defenders to play instinctively, to read the quarterback's eyes, and if he tries to take them to the throw, they can try to jump those passing routes. We let players in here with length, with speed, players who are good coverage players as well. We're playing Joe Burrow in this game. We're going to play him twice a year for the foreseeable future. We also got to match up against quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson, right, who are really a threat with their legs. We've seen Joe Burrow take off and make a first down with his legs as well in his young career. Hopefully he gets healthy for next season. We don't let him run too much, but we get to at least play against him, right? Best wishes to Joe in his recovery. But having these eyes on the quarterback, it allows him to play those passing lanes, but in the event that he does break contain in the pocket and tries to make that up the first down with his legs, we do have eyes on the quarterback as well. Come up and have quarterback running as well. Now, last thing about these kind of underneath zone techniques, specifically these apex players, the players that are playing that kind of Bronco technique or that buzz technique, who play the hook the curl route by number 1, and then are going into the flat, is that they have their eyes on the quarterback because the quarterback's shoulders are going to take them to that player. So here you can see the Bengals have chipped with both their running back and their tight end, and then both of those players are kind of leaking out late into the flat. And if Joe Burrow were to check down to one of those receivers in the flat, you would see him reset his feet in the pocket, turn his shoulders down to that player, and then deliver the ball. And as soon as you see those feet and shoulders go to that flat, that is your indication as this apex player to trigger downhill and to have that flat part of your coverage kind of activate. And so we're allowing this throw, and that player may pick up a couple of yards, but we're hoping to come up and make those tackles. We want to see especially those apex players be good tacklers in space. They need to be able to tackle backs and tight ends out of the backfield one-on-one. Now, one of the teams that we've seen kind of popularize this type of coverage over the past 10, 20 years in the NFL have been the Seattle Seahawks, and specifically in the era of the Legion of Boom, right? And their brand of cover 3 was a little bit different than your normal cover 3. I'm sure every high school team in the nation, right, runs cover 3. Everybody runs cover 3. But the Seahawks did some things that were just different than other teams, and they were able to run this defense at a higher level than almost everybody else. Now, some of that was some schematic things that they did, but a lot of it was personnel, and that personnel enabled those schematic differences that Seattle had. One of the things that we know about Seattle was their man in the middle was Earl Thomas, right? And he was oftentimes playing this deep middle of the field role where he would kind of patrol the deep third of the field and really shut down any kind of seam routes, any kind of deep routes, and oftentimes, sometimes his corners that got beat outside, right? He was able to make it all the way out there. He had a really, really good range as a free safety, and if he wasn't able to play the ball and make an interception or tip it away, he was probably going to deliver a really big hit to those players. So there's just a physical talent that Earl Thomas had, as a potential future Hall of Fame player, perennial All-Pro, Pro Bowl type of player that, with all due respect, Andrew Sendejo just doesn't have. So on this play, we see that kind of physical weakness, right? Sendejo is a smart player. He's in good position most of the time. He gets our defenders, the rest of our team, in good position most of the time. But we can see here he's in good position. He plays this technique well. He just doesn't have the athleticism to react to the ball and go up and get it above the receiver. So in this particular instance, we give up a big first down, a big chunk play, even though we're in position to not, give that up. And that's just physical talent. So, you can kind of imagine this defense with Grant Delpit back there if he didn't get hurt before the season began. That's the kind of player we'd love to have back in the secondary. Long, rangy guy, really good instincts in coverage, able to kind of erase other players' mistakes, and he's tall enough, he's going to be able to compete for these jump balls, right? So really good athlete. I think it's somebody we're really missing right now on defense. Now, another reason that the Seahawks were so successful with this scheme is, first of all, honorable mention to Cam Chancellor, because I don't think people recognize how often the Seahawks were able to switch their safeties around. Sometimes Earl Thomas was coming up and playing against these kind of slot receivers up in the box and, coming up to stop the run, and Cam Chancellor was actually the one man in the middle of the field. So, we have to shout him out as well. Seattle didn't just have one safety back there. They really had two, and both were really, really good in that deep safety role. Chancellor was obviously a lot bigger and just physically more imposing, but he was able to play that deep middle third safety role very, very well in his time with the Legion of Boom. But the other guy you really think of, and the star, the guy who probably made more Pro Bowls, and the guy who's still playing today and making these kind of interceptions and great plays outside, is Richard Sherman. So Sherman was the corner, and that allowed Seattle to do some of these things that we're doing, that Joe Woods has taken with him from Seattle and San Francisco and applied here with the Browns. So here in the formation, we can see Denzel Ward lined up in what appears to be press man, and really it is press man. We're kind of faking that this is a cover 2 with man underneath, right? With Harrison kind of faking that he's in that deep half field position, even though he's not. But what enables us to fake this effectively is that Denzel Ward is an excellent, excellent press man corner. He's one of the best man-to-man corners in the NFL, and he's one of the fastest corners in the NFL. So in this situation, what Denzel Ward is actually doing is he is playing a deep third. But the only deep threat to his side of the field is the lone receiver to that side. Notice there is no tight end to threaten vertically down the field into that third. There is no slot receiver to this side of the field. It's really only this wide receiver that threatens that deep third. So with this formation, we enable Denzel to block up man-to-man on his receiver. And when he's playing man-to-man here, he doesn't want to trail that receiver. He wants to stay on top of that receiver and stay deep of him, which is a lot of what Denzel Ward did in college in his base quarter scheme at Ohio State. So here we can see that Ward is fast enough to flip and turn and run, and if this is a go route or a corner or something deep outside, Ward is going to be able to stay over the top of this and make a play on the ball. But he's also fast enough that he's allowed and he's freed up to play this route tight. And even though it is an in-breaking route and he covers that man-to-man, he's playing the deep third at the same time. So this is one of the keystone talents that we have on this team. And that's one of the things that we're really trying to build this scheme around, is allowing Denzel Ward to shut down half the field on his own. So this is kind of that Seattle brand of cover three, is with these press corners. It's really aggressive corners. And when you have an eraser in the middle of the field like Earl Thomas, you start getting more and more kind of aggressive and willing to put those corners up in those press positions, even though they also theoretically have the deep third as well, because you have somebody over the top who's going to be able to cover up for some of their mistakes in a guy like Earl Thomas. So it'll be interesting to see as the Browns scheme evolves, if we get a player like Delpit back on the roster, maybe we draft another safety and we have a pair of them back there that we really like. Do we start seeing this press man technique in our cover three from our corners more and more often, or do we just kind of build around Denzel Ward and he's kind of the only guy that gets to do it? So the other thing I think is kind of an interesting question for the Browns moving forward in a storyline, kind of along the draft. And that time, thankfully, as Browns fans, we're 8-3. We're actually, playoffs. We're thinking about playoffs this year, and maybe not the draft yet in Week 11. Feels good to not actually turn to the draft at this point in the season. But if and when we do, right, the season will end for everybody at some point, and when it does, one of the storylines I'm going to be looking at is what kind of players the Browns want up front. Because Olivier Vernon is really the only guy we have right now who's kind of this, slash hybrid type of player who can play as a defensive end, who can play coming forward, who can rush the passer, but who can also really drop out into coverage. I think, Myles Garrett can do that too, but honestly, how many downs are we going to waste Myles Garrett in coverage when we could just, turn him loose and send him to do what he does arguably better than anyone in the world, which is to get after the quarterback. So do we draft more guys like Vernon or look to trade for them who can kind of be these hybrid type players and fit them into our defense, or do we look to draft more the traditional defensive end, 4-3 defensive end, who's maybe a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit slower? So in this particular front, it's 3rd and 12. We don't care about the run, and so we're kind of doing some exotic things up front. But this coverage three is a great coverage that we can fit into these different, blitz schemes. If we want to run splits, if we want to kind of fake splitzes as we're doing with Goodson here. If we want to run some stunts as we're doing on the left side of the formation, we're going to just run a little, pick stunt there where Okotobi's trying to pick off these guys so Claiborne can come up the middle. If we want to do more of these things up front and drop some unexpected players into coverage, that's where the spot dropping technique comes into play as well, right? It's easy enough to teach Olivier Vernon, okay, just drop to this spot in the field, right? Just act like you're in a rush, but instead of rush, you drop to the spot in the field and just play defense, right? Just be a football player, go after the ball. If you've got to teach these guys kind of more pattern matching rules, and that's kind of the opposite to spot dropping, it's a complex system of, okay, if this receiver goes out, then, how do we kind of pass them off? Or if the number one outside receiver goes inside within the first 5 yards, what do we do? And there's all these kind of almost like a matchup man-to-man rules, right? They're like rules for switching. That's a pattern match type of scheme run by the likes of Nick Saban. And if you teach that kind of defense, are we going to have the flexibility up front to drop some of these guys into coverage and still have them be able to do that pattern matching? Or will we stick kind of with this more spot dropping style and then be able to mix and match kind of who we're rushing versus who we're dropping into coverage? Another great reason to run this kind of spot dropping technique where we just kind of go to those landmarks on the field is that this season, obviously, COVID is impacting everything, right? It's impacted our off season, so we've had enough time to train. and really develop. You know, if we wanted to put in some pattern matching rules, that takes a lot of practice time, right? It takes two of the same guys just kind of ironing it out over and over. As the season goes on, we're seeing, our defense get a little bit more wrinkles added in as we're able to practice more. But as it stands, it's mostly
Hey there, everyone. I decided to do something new.
What up? Coach Jerry Seymour here again, Running Back Academy, here with another reaction video. And I'm doing on my boy, Nick Chubb. I don't really show Nick Chubb a lot of love, which he deserves it, but this man is a monster. You hear me? A straight up monster. On a week-to-week basis, he's steady putting out solid numbers. You know, rush for over 100 yards, combined yards, 150. He's super consistent. He's always posting up 100-plus yard games. This week, he ran for 19 carries, 144. He also had 3 catches for 32 yards, so he averaged 10 yards a catch. I mean, what more do you want from a running back? Let me tell you this. This dude is having a Pro Bowl season. If he doesn't make it to the Pro Bowl, I'm going to be highly upset, and I'm going to boycott the NFL. Let's just put it that way. So, in this video, we're going to highlight his cutback ability. Now, he has cut back probably like out of the 12, 13 plays I got, he probably cut back on like 8 of them. But that is what shows that Nick Chubb is a game-breaking running back. If the hole's not there, he's willing to cut back and go the other way for positive yards. So, without further ado, let's get into the video and let's learn something. Peace. Alright, so here we go. So we got Nick Chubb. First starting out with a string. Okay, let's see what he do with it. Nice cut. Way to get past the defenders. We step on. Nice little 13, 14 yard game. So let's see what we got here. Next play, they're going out of shotgun. Doing a trap play, pulling the guard. Good patience. Let's go back. Let's see. Let's watch this space. Now he runs his feet. Here we go. Bang, bang. Runs his feet. Tries to wait for the open the gap, but then he hits it for another positive yards. Like 4 yards. I will take that inside the red zone. We'll do it. Let's see what's the next play we got. Nice. Nice cut. Gets up. Oh! Hold up. Let's go back on that one. Let's go back on that one. This man was literally stopped at the goal line and then gets bumped up by his offensive lineman for another 5-6 yards. Wow. Salute to the O-lineman. Oh, here goes the cutback I was talking about. Nice run. Oh, you're supposed to score. Come on, Chubb. Let's play that back. I know if he can have that one back, he'll take it back. Oh, you're supposed to hit the outside. Come on, Chubb. We're leaving money on the table, baby. That's what I mean. We leave money on the table. That means we didn't get yards we're supposed to get to. Another cutback. And way to accelerate. I think what people sleep on is Nick Chubb's acceleration. Watch how he cuts back, and then watch how he gets upfield, and he gets the first down. Let's see how many yards that was. Let's go back. There we go. Stump. There we go. He accelerates for a good 13, 14 yards. We'll take that. Let's see another one. Run. Nice cut up. Let's see what he do with it. Let's see what he... Oh, you got to score. Where? Chubb. Come on, baby. What are we doing right now? Oh, we better get in the box. We at the 1 yard line. Let's get in. Oh, option. And let's get to the end zone. Enough speed to get to the side. And he makes it in easy. Celebrates with his guy number 88. All right. Good job on that play. That was wide open, though. Option play. I think they need to run more options in the NFL. Let's see. Another cutback. Let's see what he do with it. Ooh, look at the acceleration. Nice cut. And the first person never brings him down, man. That's crazy because, like I said, he's a thicker guy. He played at Georgia, so he's known for running tough. Let's see what he does here. Nice cut up. Okay. Little hezzy step right there. On the DB, bang. Nice little hezzy. Gets number 40 off track. Nice little run. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Another little screen. Let's play this back. You see how he times it? For a lot of you guys that don't know how to run screens, what you do is you come out of it like you're about to pass block, and then once you see your offensive lineman take off, that's when you take off. See, offensive lineman takes off, so he does too. He took off a little bit early with nice stuff on, gets up the sides. Y'all know mine. And with the brace, like I told you guys, stop and go ability is so important. And then he gets the first down. Alright. So, this concludes our reaction video to Nick Chubb. As you can see, my man got some good cutback ability. He has some great leg drive. He fights for extra yards. He has great open field moves. I mean, if you're not impressed by this guy and you're not willing to go back and look at what Nick Chubb has done this year, then you're not truly a fan of the running back position. So what I need you guys to do is go ahead and...
And now Tennessee Titans, they control the AFC South. But that doesn't mean it's over. Nuh-uh. The AFC playoff is still up for grabs by following two teams, the Titans and the Colts. Which is why I will be doing injury reports for both teams and their opponents. The Tennessee Titans, they host the Cleveland Browns, while the Indianapolis Colts, they go to Houston to take on the Texans. They host them in week 15. The away game is this week. Meanwhile, the Tennessee Titans, they have the most stake in their next game. The Cleveland Browns have defeated the Indianapolis Colts, Houston Texans, and Jacksonville Jaguars, making them undefeated against the AFC South. Titans cannot afford to let the Cleveland Browns defeat them. Because if they do...
Bro.
Hi there, everybody. Welcome back to 3 News Now. I'm Stephanie Haney. It's Wednesday, December 2nd. I have your top stories from WKYC.com and our WKYC app. Thank you for choosing to be here. And when they are on campus at one of the schools in the Wickliffe City School District. Now, the district and the company say that once you leave campus, because there's no GPS attached to your phone or anything like that, it shuts off. So this is only for tracking on the campus, and this is real-time data and also historical data. So if there is someone who tests positive for COVID-19, the district will be able to look back at the data and see who was in a room together at the school, at least for the past.
Dude, where are you going? Oh, son, turtles.
What's up? What it is, YouTube? It is Gamer Keys.
I was just streaming on Twitch. I wonder if people forgot about the bad things that can happen on people while you're streaming on Twitch and the history of people actually being banned from doing this. I did get a little black box to black out what was going on the other person's stream before I showed it to my Twitch stream because of those possibilities. But unfortunately, it just was too late. So, hey, if it got banned on Twitch, it does suck. I was about to hit 20,000 followers. 20,000 followers down the drain. I had some money on there, like, channel points. Lots of channel points I never touched. I had subscribers, lots of big, just a lot of stuff, just all down the drain. It does kind of suck, but it's whatever. So I guess with TikTok and Twitch, here on just TikTok and Twitch from here on out, bro. So I mean TikTok and YouTube, Twitch is more. So just understand this thing.
I need a lot more support than I've ever had on my YouTube channel because now it is all I have, YouTube and TikTok. There's no more Twitch, was a separate source of reaching my followers, my subscribers, my supporters, my fans, whatever you want to consider yourself. I don't know when I'm gonna want to make content again. And, like,
Get on this motherfucker again, make your appearance again, my friend. Jake wanna be on the live, huh? Okay, now that you nigga. Let's get the vibe on this motherfucker, man. What the fuck we do? Black Mouth TV, subscribe to the motherfucking yeah, you hear me? Jake is
your boy Compton in this bitch. Okay. Going down, tap in is looking real serious, nigga. I see Amsterdam on the motherfucking check in. Okay, tap in looking city. I know that. We ain't even got started yet, nigga. You feel me? Wow, man. Getting wild out there, man. What the fuck we do? Rotterdam in the house. Georgia on the tap in. I see you, nigga. I don't know what's happening, man. I got Pomona colors on right now. You feel me? Yeah, buddy. Boston in this bitch. What's happening with Boston? Jamaica, Queens to the Bay, man. What's up with my Queens nigga, man? You feel me? Redomination, man. You feel me? Freedom Mile. Connecticut in this motherfucker. I see you, boy. I see you, nigga. Cleveland on the tap in. I see Cleveland on the tap in. What's happening? Kansas up here showing their ass. I see Kansas City in the building. Yeah, that mean, fuck the feds. I hear you, my nigga. Fuck the feds. Hey, fuck up. Fuck up, fuck up, fuck up.
Major trade in the NBA. Quite a headline anyway. Rockets have agreed to trade Russell Westbrook to Washington for John Wall and a protected first in 2023. Wall hasn't played since the day after Christmas of 2018 and has 3 years and more than $132 million left on his contract. Westbrook joins a Wizards team built around Bradley Beal, who averaged the second most points in the NBA last season, and yet somehow is still woefully underrepresented in terms of all NBA teams, in my estimation. Washington also has a sharpshooter, Davis Bertans, who got paid, was coveted this offseason. Lottery picks in the last couple of years, including Denny Avdia.
Jumpman Mob, I'm back with another banger for y'all. But before we begin the video, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, be sure to smash that sub button for me. Now, let's get into it. So today we have the NBA world reacting to LiAngelo Ball signing a 1-year non-guaranteed contract with the Detroit Pistons. First up, we have the father, LeVar Ball. He said, "Proud. We're just getting started." And it's just amazing to see that he spoke things into existence, and all three Ball brothers are now in the NBA, with Zoe being on the Pelicans, Melo on the Hornets, and Jello signing with the Pistons. Lonzo Ball said, "Trust the process. Shout out Joel Embiid." LaMelo Ball said, "Proud of you, gang. Congrats, G." And Jello replied by saying, "For life and after. Let's get to it." Troy Dan said, "LiAngelo Ball to the Pistons? LeVar Ball will go down as the greatest basketball father of all time." Perk said, "I think it's time for everybody, including myself, to give LeVar Ball his flowers right now. A lot of people doubted him and talked down on how he did things with his children, and my God, did he prove the doubters wrong." DDG said, "LeVar Ball need Dad of the Year award or something." The Professor said, "Congrats on signing with the Pistons, my bro." Lethal Shooter said, "So many doubted, and he always believed in his kids. Respect." Draymond Green said, "Well done, black man." Lastly, Cash said, "You gotta give LeVar his respect now, man." And that's a wrap. Hope you enjoyed the video. But before I let you go, let me know down in the comments below which Ball brother you believe will have the best career in the league. And as always, thanks for watching. I'm out. Peace.
about 400, trying to get to that 500, and just gonna keep going up, man. We just gonna keep going up. And once again, thank y'all. I always see my comments. Jones is always in there, Devin, and there's always a few more. It's always in my comments that support me, and I just want to let you know I appreciate it. Channel's going up. Just wanted to let y'all know that. Not trying to get too sentimental, but let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Cleveland Browns on a 3-game winning streak, and I'm not sure why nobody's talking about it, but defense is stout. So let's go with the defense. Myles Garrett is coming back, so their defense is only going to get better. Do I have to say anything about Denzel Ward? Straight lock-up machine. He's great. I believe he can almost guard any wide receiver in the league. That defensive line as a whole is really good. Their corners are really good. Linebackers are really good. But yeah, that defense is something else. Let's get to the offense. That's supposed to be the Browns' meat and potatoes, the offense. When Odell went down, I made a video that, I believe they will be fine. They will be fine. I feel like with Odell being out, they will find their identity, because what Baker Mayfield tried to do, he tried to please his best player. Odell Beckham, especially with the media on his back, why he not getting the same yards, same catches, this and that, as usual. And it seems like they was forcing the ball to him. They tried to do anything where they could get the ball in his hands. Wide receiver reverses, screens, deep post routes, out routes. They did a lot to give this man the ball. And anytime I made a video about the Cleveland Browns, I'm like, not their identity. Yes, they got all Peoples-Jones. Yes, they got Jarvis Landry. Yes, they had Odell Beckham. Also, David Njoku. You think of those guys, catch, you'll think they're high explosive. They supposed to have the ball in their hand, but unfortunately, their quarterback is Baker Mayfield. And when I think of Baker Mayfield, he's a game manager. What I mean by that is he needs all the pieces around him to win. So that includes the running game. That, once again, they don't use the running game, and I feel like that's their identity. They don't run the first team. You would think all those weapons I named, how could they be a run first team? First of all, Baker Mayfield's too inaccurate. He's too inaccurate. He's not going to put the ball on the spot. He's not. That's not him. He's a high energetic guy. He might get your team going. For his skill set, it's completely off. If you watch the Jazz game, I think it was Peoples-Jones, or I could be wrong, but he missed somebody wide open for a touchdown. Like, literally, this guy was by himself. He missed him for a touchdown. I'm like, he's not it. If they had any other quarterback, I can make a case that they could possibly be undefeated. Cleveland Browns could possibly be undefeated. I think it's been since 2007, since Romeo Cornell been there. They had a record of 500, and I believe they won like 9-7. That was since 2007. So it's been a drought. It's been a drought for the Cleveland Browns, but it's a new day. They're 8-3. As you've seen the game today, the Ravens lost, so that pushed them back more. Steelers, I don't know. I don't think they can catch the Steelers. Maybe so. Do I see the Steelers losing 3 games? I feel like they might lose 1. But I don't know. The Steelers are. Every time I watch them, they're not that. They don't seem that good. They barely beat the Ravens team. Even with the Tennessee Titans, I feel as though they got lucky with that because they had extra time to prepare for them. But could be wrong. Could be hating. It is what it is. But Cleveland Browns, to me, they are legit. Nobody talks about how the Seahawks beat teams under 500. Nobody talks about how the Rams just beat teams under 500. So why when the Cleveland Browns beat teams under 500, people mention that, throw dirt on Baker Mayfield, which he deserves. He deserves because he's playing horrible. When you got a Nick Chubb, who's playing at a high level. Nick Chubb alone has 5 games. He ran over 100 yards, played 7. So 5 out of 7 games he played, he ran over 100 yards. His stats for the season: he has 115 rushing attempts, 719 yards, average 6.3 yards per carry, 6 touchdowns. That's Nick Chubb. That's just Nick Chubb. Guess who else they got? I don't know why people keep throwing on their bus like he fell off the cliff. I believe he's gonna come back better than ever. I got a great line. I said they got those studs, man. You don't let those guys go to waste. You just don't. And great run stats. He rushed the ball 157 times, 706 yards. He averaged 4.5 yards per carry. So they got 2 running backs who average over 4.5 yards per carry. 2 running backs that average 700 yards. He has 4 rushing touchdowns. So try to contain each other. And I'm doing it another piece. Another piece. To me, I thought that offensive line was going to shake as well as I believe they lost a couple of offensive linemen during the COVID thing. A lot of them dropped out. But the offensive line good. They got some good receivers, good tight ends, 2 stud running backs. This team legit. This team is legit. And once again, I don't see them catching the Steelers. If they do, I want to play this team in Cleveland at home where they don't run the ball up and down on you. I'll play no team once again. The only team that can possibly get there for that is the Tennessee Titans because they have to deal with Ken Hamlin during practice. But other than that, I don't see no team. But it just it's going to come down to, and this will happen with the Tennessee Titans. See if Cleveland do make it far. Now it's Baker Mayfield versus Patrick Mahomes versus let's say Josh Allen. When it's time for him to throw the ball, Baker Mayfield plays. Unfortunately not, and that's the same problem I have with Ryan Tannehill. They ran the ball up and down on the Ravens, then they ran the ball up and down on the Patriots, and it came down to it's Ryan Tannehill versus Patrick Mahomes. They just couldn't do it. Patrick Mahomes was too much. That problem Ryan Tannehill was playing at a high level, and guys like Baker Mayfield, at some point, need these guys to show up. We just can't do it. That's my only problem with Cleveland. Any other established quarterback can do something with that offense. Can you imagine Baker Mayfield was accurate with the ball with play action due to a lot of teams? My God, man. Not to rain on their parade, like I said, it's a new day in Cleveland. They're winning games. They looking great. What do you think? How do you feel about Cleveland? Are they a fluke team? I say no. They won 3 in a row. Are they not a fluke team? They're not a fluke team. And teams should be worried about that two running back system. It's deadly. Yes. Tennessee Titans got 1 running back, and trust me, he's dominant. But these guys got 2. These guys got 2, man. And then Chubb, he looked healthy. He looks very healthy. So this is how I could get an analyst. And also, before I wrap this up, thank y'all again. I'm at 400 subs. I appreciate it, man. Love you guys, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is Al Kabir.
Alright, so hey guys, and welcome to Mirror. So I've actually been following this game for about how they've been doing without me. Couldn't remember names.
There's too many questions about last night. All the obvious answers are bad, but worth knowing. Not all answers are worth knowing. I can't just run from whatever this is.
So in this video, I want to go through everything that has been leaked for Season 1. We're going to be going through zombie content. You know, nothing was leaked for zombies. I mean, death, so we're going to talk about it. We also got the Warzone event, the Nuke event, the Rebirth Island, the Season 1 Battle Pass, the Season 1 maps, the gunfight maps. Literally everything that has been leaked will be in this 3 to 4 minutes long video. I want to make it fast-paced, so let's just get right into it. If an alpha chat like you is new here, I cover all the gaming news and Call of Duty stuff, so definitely subscribe. Leave a like, helps out a ton. But first off, speaking about zombies, there was nothing leaked for zombies, okay? But we know officially that there will be new game modes, and Craig also said that we're gonna be getting content. I mean, I'm not sure what that will be, right? And a ton of speculation and a ton of rumors are saying that we're gonna be getting Nocturne Untold Remake as a survival map. Yes, if this is real, we're gonna be having it for a billionth time. I mean, if this is really true, it's not gonna hurt me, or it shouldn't hurt anyone, because it's just gonna be an extra map. It's just gonna be survival map. You know, better than nothing. But hey, we want that new map, man. We want that new map. But speaking of the Nuke event, there are rumors going around that suggest that we're gonna have the Nuke event next year in March. Exactly when is the 1-year anniversary for Warzone. I guess it kind of makes sense, because in a year's time they wanna, like, you know, at 1-year anniversary, exactly around that time, they wanna have the Nuke go off, change the map up, add new areas, destroy the old, introduce a new map, or maybe make it look like a destroyed Warzone map, right? That's like the rumor going around, because we have found the Nuke event emblem in the game files, and you get it by completing the something. I'm not sure what it will be. I can easily say Nuke event here, but we're not sure if you're gonna earn this by completing Nuke event or not. Warzone Rebirth Island calling card was found, and in fact, I've seen the picture that looks to be like a loading screen of the Rebirth Island. I cannot show you, because if I show you, Activision will send this video to YouTube heaven. They're literally taking down everything over on Twitter, but I've seen it, and basically it is the So in this leak, everything that has out a ton. But first off, speaking about zombies, there was nothing leaked a billionth time. I mean, if this is really true, it's not gonna hurt me, or it shouldn't hurt any. But speaking of the Nuke event, there are rumors going around that suggest that we're gonna have the Nuke event next year in March. Exactly when is the 1-year anniversary for Warzone. I guess it kind of makes sense, because in a year's time they wanna, like, you know, at 1-year anniversary, exactly around that time, they wanna have the Nuke go off, change the map up, add new areas, destroy the old, introduce a new map, or maybe make it look like a destroyed Warzone map, right? That's like the rumor going around, because we have found the Nuke event emblem in the game files, and you get it by completing the something. I'm not sure what it will be. I can easily say Nuke event here, but we're not sure if you're gonna earn this by completing Nuke event or not. Warzone Rebirth Island calling card was found, and in fact, I've seen the picture that looks to be like a loading screen of the Rebirth Island. I cannot show you, because if I show you, Activision will send this video to YouTube heaven. They're literally taking down everything over on Twitter, but I've seen it, and basically it is the Alcatraz version of Blackout, right? But this time they're really gonna make it so it fits in the Black Ops Cold War era theme. So it's really gonna be a Rebirth Island. But I know that some of you are asking, hey, is this gonna replace the Gulag, or is it just gonna be an extra area? I'm not really sure about it. I think it's gonna be an extra area, but yes, it can replace the Gulag. Nobody knows, so we'll see what happens. But speaking of the Battle Pass, a lot of weapon blueprints have been found. We got watches, skins. There are also Call of Duty points, double XPs, double weapon XPs. It's basically similar to Modern Warfare, so more information when the Battle Pass comes out. We also got 4 gunfight maps that are gonna be coming with Season 1. I think that's pretty cool. I wish we had more actual multiplayer maps, or even like a fire team map. In terms of the multiplayer maps, we're gonna be getting the Raid remake, and this is actually hilarious. I mean, I'm excited for the Raid remake, but you know what? At first, when I saw the leak screenshot, I was like, yo, this is exactly the Black Ops 2 screenshot. And then I saw Activision take it down, and I was like, yo, why? Like, it was the Black Ops 2 version, but it turns out that the Black Ops Cold War Raid remake is gonna have a red card instead of the yellow card that the original came out with. So this is the original Activision. If you're listening, this is the original Black Ops 2 map. It has the yellow card, and in the Black Ops Cold War version, we're gonna be having the red card like that. There's gonna be a new map that's called Mall. It's on the roadmap. We're also gonna be getting the Christmas Nuketown version, which is gonna be at night with snow, with Christmas lights. Just like how we had Christmas Crash. I think that's pretty dope. Yo, I wanted that for a very long time, so kind of glad that's happening as well. And we're not sure whether we're gonna get this with Season 1 or not. Maybe this is gonna come later on, like, you know, a week or 2 weeks after Season 1, maybe with Christmas event, maybe with the Battle Pass. Maybe we're gonna have a separate Christmas event. That has happened in the past, so maybe it's gonna happen again. In terms of the DLC weapons, we're getting Mac 11. We saw Groza, that was on the roadmap, and Striker Shotgun. Not sure whether that's gonna come on day one. Maybe it's gonna be a mid-season weapon. We're not sure about it. And if this is a mid-season weapon, I think it might be in the Christmas event. That is a rumor as of right now. That's just speculation. But this is all the leaked content. Share your expertise, like and subscribe. I'm always gonna keep you guys in the loops. Check out any of the video on the screen. You're gonna get a kick of dopamine, and I will see you right there.
When you look at the huge impact we have, just a monster game for juniors. You love to see this kind of leadership, directing traffic, keeping everyone happy. He was the straw that stirred the drink. And you got to like that they found something positive here, something to maybe carry over into the next game. They put together some great possessions here at the end. It's a shame they could have used this run much earlier. The Schofield, the Cavaliers again get hit. And so Levine will bring it up now for Chicago. Trailing by 7.
gates of hell, which is sorry, cameras, which look so background players. Please help me. And if you want us to win some games. Also,
Let's live before we die.
I know that I should stay home. I still wanna get.
You did a great job contesting shots and holding your opponent's field goal percentage down. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, you know, all of these things outside the ball. That's why I'm happy to be part of the number one. They know all about the performance.
You're getting pretty good at sneaking those in.
Yeah. I've been working on my game, you know. Results paying off.
Thanks, man.
You got it, man.
Yo, what's got you coming around? What's time? I got it. Yeah. I got that. I got it. I got it. Yeah. Hey, keep it real at all times, don't tell no lie. Feeling like an eagle 'cause I am so fly. I'm the one wanna know about. All these lanes, they wanna know how. I got the juice. I got the juice. Yeah. I got the juice. I got the juice. The shake get loose. The goose.
might do the chase. No 2K, I'm not gon' play. I'm gon' get away. I just want the money back. Tell me you feel the same. I'm just fading out my lows like that boy Zane. I just think about love and go from the pain. Talk about on their names, I know they do the same. Behind my back, dog, I gotta watch my back, bro. Open the door for my partners, they still tryna find the back door. I gotta go and get the money. I'm not gon' play with these people, they funny. I'm just tryna stack it all and play on games like a turtle. I'm really on, I deserve the ball. I gave it all, I deserve it all. I been thinking, baby, gotta stay on my grind. They keep talking, I'm just gon' wait for my time. Money, I'll say to myself, and if I'ma get that Lambo, gon' be. I got brothers out here, tell me what they finna do. They got their hands out just like the cools. I gotta keep my cool, make the money on the lake. Gotta understand money, know how to moderate. I just pull up in new rags with just 50 stars. I didn't know the time, I go sing the rhyme. I do Alexander Wayne, gotta keep it up to par. I just think about the emotions, how I can start. I told Choo my career will make it large. Movie in a Hollywood, Grove in the raw. I just told them all I really want was raw. Talk AC, we gon' make it, I'm sorry. I've been thinking, baby, gotta stay on my grind. They keep talking, I'm just gon' wait for my time. Stack the money, I think to myself and then fine. I'ma get that Lambo, gon' be. I've been thinking, baby, gotta stay on my grind. They keep talking, I'm just gon' wait for my time. Stack the money, I think to myself and it's fine. I'ma get that Lambo, gon' be.
Looking back on those nights at the beach, you and I buried love underneath. Now I hope that my message in a bottle will find you, Where can I find you amongst the stars? I thought I saw you falling from afar. I hear you somewhere singing the same song. I promise you I'm on my way. I won't be long. 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 Sun setting on the coast of you. I can't afford to lose my chance to pull you out from where you've been hiding. Where can I find you amongst the stars? I thought I saw you falling from afar. I hear you somewhere singing the same
go. Hey, heads up! Front him. I got him. And one. You got double. Back
That is a steal. missing one more, my bad.
Hey, kick it out, take that! Shot! 20! Start.
These days I can take a nap, go to bed. Same old stress and the same old me. I've been riding around the city with the tank on E. And I'm late, I make everybody wait on me. Maybe you could put the blame on me. These days I've been changing for better or worse. It's like every day alive is a gift and a curse. These days I'm so selfish, I can't help myself. I try. You don't know what's wrong with me.
My controller froze up, I don't understand.
Hey, you got ball! Yo!
What is wrong? Can't find what's best for me. What is wrong? Can't find what's best for me. What is wrong? These days don't love me. These days don't love me. I don't know what I should do. These days don't love me. I don't know what I should do. And I still don't know why this way. These days don't love me, and that's okay. And I still don't know why this way. These days don't love me.
Hey, Santi, let me guard that dude. Let me guard that the user you guard the computers from. Oh my god.
Yo, set it up! Yo, kick it out!
Pass. No, not really. My shit's like a 20 though. Wow. I got this, dude. That ball. Or maybe I don't. Yeah, I do. I got him. Who got me? We'll just double him, dude. Fuck it. We're gonna double that dude. We're not letting this shit happen in this game. say. Yup, I got you. Let's do it. Let's do it. And even if he does, we'll make that computer beat us. We ain't giving him a chance to beat us. We'll let the computer beat us with anything. Oh my god! That's my bad. I should have tried to pass it out. That's my bad. They closed.
Out of bounds.
Come on. These are my shots, man. Oh! Spin. There you go. I don't know why I'm making my shots. Right. I need help. I knew you could do it. Yeah, I need help. Remember, we gotta double team this dude. Keep him at your hip, man. If one guy beats us 3, I'm about to be pissed. There's no way one dude's beating us. You got that center lock. I think I might be holding it a little bit too long. It's like a delay or something. It's too fast. I can't fucking tell you. I just gotta get in the corner and shoot from 2 3s. No way, bro.
Service when we buying out the venue. We gon' need roses for our hearses. They walk through exchange all the language on the paper that they talk through. Yeah, is that crazy? That be off when you pull up in a brown suit, walk in to win a lawsuit, walk out with the lawyer that the judge don't wanna talk to.
I'm done shooting.
Coke and a smile, Cuban links and a new plan of action. What demographic is? This aggressor ain't passive. I'm tight ratchet, but I can match all vernacular. Finesse the taxes in this new bracket. I got it. Hello. I'm black. I'm back. I'm work. I killed. We march. We speed. We stole. Keep going. You know, she want it. We on.
Oh yeah, we got him nervous. Oh, we got him nervous a little bit. What? Yeah, that they're giving it to him. That's a late pass. That's a late pass. That's my fault. That's my fault. It's so late. That's so late. I was about to whip you, but I just gotta get it to you. There it is. Frustration. Frustration. The defense is kicking in. Bring them up off the pan. Oh, that's my fault. Oh, that's good. It's off the backboard, bro. I can't get back. We're gonna get a couple of those. Oh, got me. Oh, I just stole that.
Quit asking me, I just keep moving, ain't nobody catching me. I'ma give everything till nothing's left of me. Mama mentality, mama mentality, mama they mad at me. Night after night, I would plan out a strategy to end up greater than anyone after me. Put up the numbers, I did it so casually. How was you winning, man? Quit asking me, I just keep moving, ain't nobody catching me. I'ma give everything till nothing's left of me. This ain't Space Jam, but I'm moving monsters. They say I got lucky like the
Don't pass the team for once.
How was you winning, man? Quit asking me, I just keep moving, ain't nobody catching me. I'ma give everything. Till nothing's left of me. Mama mentality, mama mentality, mama mentality.
gotta wait. Or come grab the ball from me.
It just feels like this is the end. But what I've come to find out is that, no matter what happens, the storm eventually ends. And when the storm does end, you want to make sure that you're
Hey, yo, right here, baby! Got me!
Oh my god. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. We just had too many turnovers, dude. We had 13 turnovers. We had this game. Yeah, we still win this. What? Horrible pass. Oh.
I got him!
Oh, I missed you. I'm trying to pass it to you in the corner. It's my fault. I try to give you the ball in the corner. I try to bring him to me and pass it to you. And one. Computer gotta make these. Oh, that's not even computer issue. So, only two? That was a three. Still roll for 5. It's horrible.